Chair Russell, I can confirm we are streaming to YouTube. You can call the meeting to order on your call.
Great, thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you back to the Budget Committee that started 2 days ago. I think that was February 9th. I'm Paul Russell. I represent Lower Sackville, and I'm the chair of the committee. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. As is standard with meetings at this point, we're starting with an acknowledgement that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. And as is standard with virtual meetings, I'd like to run through the order of councillors and just make sure that everybody's audio and video are on and working. Based on the conversations before the meeting started, they do seem to be. So let's start with District 1 and Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues, staff, and anyone from the public watching. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. Councillor Hensby, District 2, good morning.
Good morning, and Valentine wishes out for everybody.
For everybody. Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Kent, District 3, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's a beautiful day here in District 3. I can only hope that the rest of you are experiencing the same. Sometimes it's different out here in Eastern Passage.
Always a bright spot.
It's different all the time.
Councillor Purdy, District 4, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, District 4 also beautiful, sun shining. It's a lovely day. It's almost like spring is in the air, almost.
That'd be amazing. Thank you. Councillor Austin, District 5, good morning.
Good morning. It's beautiful here in downtown Dartmouth today.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Mancini, District 6, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, everybody. Let's get it going.
Absolutely. Councillor Mason, District 7, good morning.
Hey everybody, good to be back. Looking forward to contributing.
Good stuff. Thank you. District 8, Councillor Smith, good morning.
Hey, Chair, colleagues, good to be here. Heard birds chirping this morning, so that's a good sign.
That absolutely is.
Sorry, Councillor Smith, is the birds chirping only in your head, or because should we be worried?
Not going to comment.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Badger and I are actually in District 8 at the moment. In a few minutes, we'll be in District 9. We're doing a 3-district tour this morning.
Please make sure that you get your passport stamped.
Yes.
And pick up a bathrobe.
Councillor Morse, District 10, good morning.
Good morning. Mostly present and accounted for this morning.
Good stuff. And one of the ones not present yet is Councillor Cuddle. She will be joining us a little bit later. Councillor Stoddard, District 12, good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and I concur. Happy Friday and advanced happy Valentine's Day. I hope you and your family and your loved one enjoy the day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, District 13, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here on this beautiful sunny Friday.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, District 14, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Fully caffeinated, and let's put this budget to bed.
Good stuff. Absolutely. And Councillor Outfit, District 16, good morning.
Good morning from sunny Bedford, Wentworth. I hope Badger cleans up after Sean. And good morning and happy Valentine's to all.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues.
So thank you, everybody. We are continuing with the Transportation and Public Works budget. We have the list of speakers from Wednesday posted in the chat, and the next speaker on the list is Councillor Mason. Go ahead.
Like cheating, but I'll take it. Thank you, colleagues. I was watching from afar, and you did a good job. As Tony likes to say, you didn't mess it up, so good job. I'm not going to contribute. Staff's doing a great job, read the reports, was all ready for the meeting, and was unable to connect. And I really do appreciate the work that has been done on a bunch of key areas. I'm going to jump straight into moving a under budget item. I would like to make a motion to add the parking ticket fee increase from $35 to $45 on page 33 of the staff presentation as a under budget item.
Oh,
Second, Councillor Clary.
Seconded by, I heard a couple of voices, but Councillor
Lisa
Clary was
beat you
the, I think so.
Yeah.
Councillor Blackburn, are you good with that? Yes, she indicates she is, so that was seconded by Councillor Blackburn. We have the motion in the chat. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I will be incredibly brief. Most of the, so for those that aren't aware, that this is for tickets at meters. We don't control tickets in accessible spots. We don't control tickets at regular time spots. We don't control tickets in the no stopping. That's all of the Motor Vehicle Act. And this council did ask that all of those amounts be increased because the penalties aren't high enough anymore to be a disincentive. I toured Spring Garden Road with Victoria Horn at the request of Paul Vino, the activist, and we looked at the accessible parking spots on all the cross streets. And while the parking, they weren't all full of people who didn't have, they were being used by the intended audience. They're also being used by skip the dishes and people who are just going in for 5 minutes. And the penalty isn't enough to dissuade people. So we've asked for those penalties to go up. It is the same with the one we do control, which is the parking tickets for people at meters or now at the pay stations. The issue is that right now, even with COVID, the prices have dropped a little bit, but it's still $20 to $25 to park for the day off street in a parking garage, and it's $30 to pay a ticket within 7 days. If you only get one ticket every second day, then it's $15. If you get one ticket every third day, then it's $10 to park on street. This is a game that a lot of people feel comfortable playing. If we raise it to $45, $40 if paid within 7 days, then it's much more of a disincentive, or rather it's more of an incentive to pay to park off street. And certainly Halifax is known, when you look back at the staff report for this, we have some of the lowest, even with the increase that we did just a year and a half ago, we have some of the lowest parking ticket fines in Canada. And as I tell people all the time, first parking ticket I got was on Yonge Street in Toronto in 1989, and it was $70. So I think we've got a lot of room to move on this. And given that almost, the vast majority of the these tickets are given in my district and in downtown area, I feel entirely comfortable with raising this. I think that it will help with turnover and make sure that long-term parkers are off street where they should be, and people who are shopping or just dropping in for a minute are paying on street. So I ask for your support. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I'm going to support this at this point. I think Councillor Mason said all the right things in terms of we have to be careful with parking, right? The reason to raise parking tickets is not to generate revenue. It's to, ensure there's turnover. And I think Councillor Mason outlined some of the challenges on that, right? Well, in terms of a parking ticket isn't, the price that they are being the price of off street causes some people to calculate otherwise. I would like where we did just increase it just a short while ago, I kind of would like some more information on this, so I'm going to support this. But if staff could, give us a little kind of snapshot of where we are in terms of parking, whether we have any data on utilization as a result, turnover, any of these kinds of things where we did increase the rates last year, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable because right now it's kind of a gut instinct thing more than something that I have backed by data. So. I'll support this, and if it passes, I just request that staff provide some more information in terms of when we get the budget options list and we have a nice, pretty write-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. I see Victoria Horn has popped up. Go ahead, Victoria.
Sorry, Chair, through you to the councillor. I just wanted to ensure that the councillor understood. We'll ensure that that's covered in the briefing note.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Victoria. And thank you, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of folks wouldn't have been on council. We had some battles on this in the past at budget, and I was opposed to raising parking tickets at the time because we hadn't brought in new technology and we hadn't done some interesting things to make parking more accessible and available. We have done some of those things now. Victoria's done a very good job on that. We also are looking, as you know, at eliminating parking fees as part of special events and to help with COVID recovery and to help small business. But for those who do park illegally, Councillor Mason is quite right. Our fees are very low compared to other jurisdiction. Councillor Austin is also largely correct. It's a little bit about revenue, but it's mainly about wanting to make sure that there is turnover in the downtown so that, you know, to what Councillor Mason talked about, people parking all day and actually saving money over parking somewhere else. It's not good for local businesses. It's not good for the retailers. It's not good for the restaurants. So I think this, at this point in time, I can support this, certainly to go to the parking lot and have a discussion, but particularly because we are looking at parking as well as things like free transit and ferries and everything else as part of incenting and helping businesses get out of COVID. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question. If we're worried that folks can park all day for whatever the fine is right now, why are we not just doing pyramid parking tickets instead of penalizing folks who might just be a couple of minutes late getting back to their meter after we want them to go downtown to the meter or to the box, etc. We're trying to get more people to shop and work and play downtown. But if I can really understand the wanting turnover, I can understand not wanting to park all day and get the minimum fee or whatever. But why don't we just go by and ticket every hour or something? I believe we do have that right provincially. If maybe Victoria could answer that for me, it seems like a solution to nail the folks that are the real offenders and not the folks who are just a couple minutes late getting back to the meter.
Thank you. Go ahead, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question and comment. And the councillor is correct. Enforcement does have the ability to issue multiple tickets under the Motor Vehicle Act, and staff do. However, that requires that staff have the ability and the capacity to make multiple passes a day. So there are some locations where certainly staff do have that capacity. So for example, high traffic areas like Lower Water, Hollis, Portland Street, for example. But then in return, staff can get accused of being punitive and overly heavily handed when we issue multiple tickets a day. And sometimes that doesn't fare well when we go to court. So we try to have a balanced approach wherever possible to ensure that we're both ensuring turnover, both from an education, but also from an enforcement perspective with the tools available at our disposal.
No, that's very interesting. Thank you. So I mean, I guess I'm a little more supportive of the pyramid ticking, I don't know if it's the right word or not, but I think it used to be the term we used. I'm more in favor of that, to be honest with you, than raising our fees, but we'll see what my colleagues have to say. But I mean, I would think if somebody who was doing this on a regular basis suddenly started getting their windshield decorated 2 and 3 times a day, that would be as much, if not more, a deterrent than a $5 or $10 increase. But I'll see what others have to say. Thanks, Victoria. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
I was just going to say what Victoria said, so I'm good now.
Super. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Mason may have mentioned this, and I might have missed it. Has there been any conversation with the BIDS, the Downtown Business Association? Same for Councillor Austin, same for Councillor Cleary. Have you had any conversation with them with regard to possibly increasing this fee or fine? So when you come back, maybe you could speak to that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. Thank you, Councillor Mancini, for that question. We have met as recently as the fall with our Parking Advisory Committee. we always present to them the options that we plan to present to council for budget over and unders. And so this was one that was presented. Obviously met with mixed reviews. The bids share the sentiment of council. They want to encourage people to come downtown and not discourage them. And fines sometimes can be seen as a discouragement. However, there were some that do agree that there are people that are parking all day, and that is something that they want to curb. So from parking services perspective, really it's about a balance. You will have noted in the budget and business plan that we also plan to bring forward potential changes to P500, the bylaw that changes the rates for how much we're charging on streets. So there could be some areas that see a decrease in the hourly rate, and there could be some areas that see a recommended increase for council consideration, just again, based on demand. And then that is always coupled, staff are always mindful about the ticket rate associated. So it's a multiple pronged approach to enforcement, behavior change, trying to facilitate turnover. Tickets are not the only mechanism that we have. However, it is one of the tools that we have, and we can certainly elaborate on that in the briefing note.
That's fantastic, Victoria. And it's important that everyone knows that, and our residents know that we're not doing this in a silo. There has been communications with the business community, and well done. And it is a balance. I mean, on everything that we do, we don't get 100% agreement, regardless of what we do at council. What's the right balance? What's right for the greater good for most? So thank you, Victoria, for that. I'll support the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. I don't see any further speakers to the motion. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
I'm going to be a lonely no today. Thank you.
Mayor Savage.
Support.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
Or the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues.
That motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Smith. Go ahead.
It's been so long, I forget what we were talking about. Let me just look here on my notes that I can actually use now. So actually, the thing I want to come back on was what Councilor Mason just did was to move that item. So I don't believe I have anything else in terms of moving. The only question that I have, and I guess I'll ask Brad or maybe it's Friday to come up. So I forget who mentioned it when we first had our discussion around thinking of areas holistically. I don't try to get too detailed into district issues, but I think this is one that's important and we've been working on for a long time. So I want to speak directly about Roby Street between Ladyham and I guess Young-ish or even Stanley. And what I'm wondering is, what can we be doing internally, either through our traffic calming, through our assessment, through traffic engineers, to look at areas holistically to create fixes? I've walked the site with staff a few times. We've done a few assessments in that area, traffic calming and collisions and everything we could think of. But the biggest problem is infrastructure, which takes a more holistic approach when we're talking about that. So I'm just wondering how, and I know it's not only my district that has areas where we need to look at holistically. So I'm just wondering how we could do that in the future when we don't want to just deal with a street by street basis. Maybe it's an area or zone or an artery, something like that.
Good morning, Brett. Go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. I'm hearing area, but I'm also hearing Roby Street. So just to make sure, bottom line, Roddy, which by the way, I should special shout out to Roddy McIntyre and Chris Davis, who are rotating and filling in for Tasso. And I apologize, I should have introduced that at the beginning on Wednesday. But Roddy and I are already speaking about Roby Street. We planned a meeting to talk about this. We just had a petition come in on section of Roby Street about four-way stops. So we know it's a challenging area and we're working on it. So I think the best thing to do is for Roddy and I to get our general observations and plans together and start to speak with councillors on this. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's about what I have for the call this morning. And then the rest, just to reassure you, we're on it and the rest will follow.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Brett. And I know when I tell the residents that we have a system and staff are on it, and that's all happening. And I'm not taking that away from you. What I'm really thinking is, how can we adopt a system or an approach that we're not doing? I'm not going to call it one-offs, but in that sense of, is there an approach we can take when we say, okay, we have this area that we're seeing issues with. So Roby, between that area where you got the petition, that area itself is problematic, not just the intersection. It's just a lot of things are happening that makes it difficult. So I'm just wondering for other, because I know there's more than just my little block on Roby Street, what could we be doing to look at holistic approaches when we have problematic areas yeah, that's really it. What do you think we could do to do that rather than it being a one-off petition or council reaching out?
Yeah, and sorry, I don't want to, I guess the question confuses me a bit because we are looking area wide. So I prefer, like to get a call that gets you the sense that we're not, but certainly this is a, evidence-based driven. The data comes in, we're looking at all the collision areas. And of course, in order to resolve an area like Roby, you have to take a wider view of the area and look at it holistically. Again, because as soon as you, as you've been advised before, as soon as you start messing with signal timings in one area, you have to deal with the whole corridor and all the corridors surrounding it in order not to send the system into complete chaos. So it is a system-wide approach. Again, obviously, you're not getting that sense. And like I say, I'd like to follow up and get a better sense of kind of specific what the concern is. And but I can assure you and the residents that there is a area by area approach based on collision analysis. And that's the only way we'll get to council's target reduction is with that kind of approach. So yeah, appreciate the chance to follow up with you later.
Yeah, we'll talk offline, and just the only reason we took an area approach was pretty much I continue to demand an area approach because we kept doing one-off streets. So what I'm saying, and we can talk more about it, is it like when we know there's an area that we're getting a lot of issues with, it shouldn't be, hey, can we do a holistic approach? It's more of, okay, we're seeing this, let's do it ourselves. So just want to say, I had to continually ask for that over the number of years to make a holistic approach happen. But anyway, we'll take that offline.
No, it's good. And look, my best evidence to council on this is the approach we're taking with the AO on traffic calming. It fully acknowledges that this isn't a street by street issue. By solving one street, you can push it to another. And that's why we've taken the neighborhood approach and put forward a draft change to the traffic calming AO. I know that doesn't speak specifically to the issue you're bringing forward, but that's just a demonstration that staff understands this and is trying to change council's policies and administrative orders to adapt to that approach. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Brad. The next speaker on the list was going to be Councillor Outfit, but he has walked out of the camera for a second, so I'm not sure when he will be back. So let's go to Councillor Morse. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about data and analysis and that sort of thing. I've been working with staff to get some changes in the Rockingham South area because there have been a lot of people moving into that area and some of the streets haven't been completely finalized or finished, I guess. Anyway, in discussions with staff, it seems like, well, I understand that the data has to be collected and all that sort of thing, but sometimes it seems like there's a bit of a bottleneck around the data, either collection or analysis. I'm not sure which. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, hearing about 4 to 6 months to get the data either in or analyzed in order to decide what measures might be appropriate for that location.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Fair question. You're not perceiving a bottleneck. There is a bottleneck. And it is a resource issue that we're working on as we speak. Basically, hindsight being 2020, when we were asked to do significant COVID reductions to save money, this was one area where we cut back. In hindsight, not knowing how council would come out of this and want to accelerate all of its programs, perhaps short-sighted on our behalf. However, we all made the cut collectively. We find ourselves behind. That is a fact. And of course, with the growth in the traffic calming program and all of the demands around the corridors, you know, that program is under strain. We are looking at a multitude of ways of doing this through industry, through staff, and through big data sources. You know, we had a discussion, I think, on Wednesday about the potential for additional data sources like streetlights or just big data solutions. So we're looking on all of those to speed up the program. In the meantime, though, it's a simple resource priority. We will catch up. That's and I hope to be all caught up and cleared the backlog by spring. So what you're hearing is true. However, you know, we're working hard to get caught up and, quite frankly, get ahead of this so that we're not a bottleneck. Wish I had a better answer for you right now, but you're not perceiving it. It's real.
Okay, thank you. So you don't think you need additional staff? You can manage with the team that you have?
Yeah, fair question. Right now, we think we've got it. However, I will reserve the right to exercise a mid-year mechanism if I feel, or, you know, obviously I have abilities to work with the CAO to change my staffing approach as well. So, but right now we think we've got it going forward. If that changes, we'll probably make a trip to audit and finance if we feel we need more money. But we haven't asked for it because we feel we have it under control. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Morse, does that address your concern?
It does. Yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Outfit, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had a couple of quick questions. I had all my financial questions basically the other day, but just a couple of things that jumped out at me from our discussion the other day. Brad, I'm just wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about these, you're going to be piloting cushion tables, cushion humps as part of street calming. The idea being that larger trucks and perhaps buses can go through them, and smaller vehicles would sort of be going through on an angle. So I have two questions. First of all, smaller vehicles going through on an angle, that could become a whee, isn't this fun situation. So I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about the effectiveness of these. And the second thing is, on the positive side, would this allow us in theory to put humps or tables on more streets? In the sense that with the categories, you know, major collectors, main streets, this sort of thing, because one of the concerns we had on putting them on the busier main streets was that fire trucks use them, bus uses them, this sort of thing. So does it open up any more doors and to where we could calm? First, and secondly, as I said, I'm a little worried about the impact, because already I'm hearing now the speed humps on the side roads are having a significant impact. The speed tables on the main streets really aren't having a whole lot of impact now because of our desire to not have the the impact too great because of trucks and buses and fire trucks and this sort of thing. The second question is, and I was a bit taken aback the other day, and I guess I should have known this, because I know when we get litter issues in parks, we do send in people to do some cleanup. When we get litter issues in our communities, we definitely, I think all of us are involved with sports teams, residents associations, et cetera, that do community cleanups, and that's a wonderful thing. But I was led to believe, like by talking our conversation of the day, that when somebody calls 311 now to report litter, let's say along the Bedford Highway, Herring Cove Road, Windmill Road, wherever, that we don't have people to assign to that. So what happens when that call comes in? If somebody says, I'm really upset, I've moved here from wherever, I've never seen so much garbage along that street. What happens when somebody calls in and says, when is the city going to clean up that stretch of road? Do they just close the file? Do they tell them we don't do that? What happens? And I'm not going to bring anything forward right now because we're struggling to keep the tax increase down. But at some point, with a city of 500,000 people and $1 billion budget, at some point, I think we may have to put some resources towards doing some cleanup. If we want people to keep moving here and enjoy living here, and maybe Andrew has some thoughts on that, but no, I won't do that now. But anyway, Brad, just interested on your feedback, or Andrew's, on how we actually handle these situations right now.
So, starting with your first question on speed cushions, keyword is pilot versus trial. My notes, I was very clear. We're trialing it, which means we'll do it on our own property and run the vehicles, emergency vehicles through them, and do some of our own testing, as we have done with all our vertical deflections before moving them out. As far as speed cushions and their effectiveness, look, the picture we showed you is straight from the NACTO guide. So, and these are installed in various municipalities, and we are in conversations with those municipalities, particularly as it pertains to winter maintenance. Again, because, Halifax has to adopt solutions from Florida is not a lot of help in Halifax. So, and I'm not saying speed cushions are only in Florida. What I'm saying is, when we work with NAFTA, we have to be very careful to make sure there's experience winter side, which there is. And so we will leverage that. And so staff is working on that. So, before we move this out, you'll have a full evaluation from your staff and advice on moving forward with speed cushions. Your point about cars careening off, look, it obviously hasn't happened, or else it wouldn't be in the guides.
No, my point was more people having fun with them. But does it allow you to put them on busier streets, do you think, potentially, Brad?
So to your answer is yes, potentially, but I'm not going to, until we trial them and understand where our comfort level is, but we wouldn't be doing it otherwise. So
understood. Yep.
It is about a wider application. As far as the litter, yeah, sorry if confused you. Your line of questioning was about proactive cleanup. In other words, people, at the end of the day, if we get a litter call, and it's usually a significant litter call or roadside, it's a shopping cart, it's a green cart, it's whatever it is, or we've just got a major batch of litter, we obviously respond to those. So it's similar to the analogy we did around vegetation management. Our approach is reactive, not proactive. So, to the degree that still meets the satisfaction of citizens and council. But I just wanted to be clear that unlike community cleanups, we do not have proactive patrols of staff roadside cleaning up litter.
No, that is clear. Thank you, Brad. Excuse me. Thank you, Brad.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad, and thank you, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering about snow clearing on sidewalks in residential areas. Has it ever been reassessed, the pros and cons, or the benefits and risks of allowing residents to take care of their own snow clearing in front of their homes? And if so, what are the implications? No, I just had several residents reach out with, the past winter snow and ice removals to say that perhaps it would be a good thing to reassess to see if this could be something that could be looked at, but I'm not sure there could be too many legal implications involved with standards and.
So,
Fred, would you? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, this is fully in the hands of council, whether you want to clear sidewalks or not, but I'll use the baggage of my career here to just tell you, because I was here and ran the enforcement programs when we didn't have sidewalk clearing. And what I can tell you, and that was back 2003, 2005 range. Look, the reality is, yes, the people who look after their properties, sure, sidewalk snow clearing, and the ones who want to get on it before the standard is up, absolutely. They're the folks who feel no value from the service. It's pain, it potentially damages their property. We understand all of that. The key issue here is mobility. I can tell you, the reality is if you leave it in the hands of the residents, yes, there will be not, you know, and put in a bylaw that say you must clear, it will work for a vast majority of residents. But as you know, the mobility of that block of sidewalk or blocks of sidewalk is only enabled end to end through a total approach. And so, and I can tell you the way enforcement works, it takes multiple times before you've actually really levied something that gets the homeowner to change their way. And then quite frankly, that's if they can change their way. And then of course, you're talking about a remedy where then you have to go in and clear it. The city has to go in and clear it and then levy against the homeowner. And you know, so that was back then. Fast forward now where we have a lot more focus on accessibility. We have a lot more focus on seniors living barrier free. You know, I'll leave it at that. It's a curse and a blessing. But to answer your question directly, has it ever been evaluated like that? Should we do it? Should we not do it? In recent years, no. What it has had, as you know, per Councillor Cleary's motion, we did come back and review all the service standards with you, and those have been reviewed. So, thank you.
No, okay, that's good. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. Go ahead, Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, I have another snow question. Sorry about that. Parking on side streets during snow clearing. I know there's been a few tickets issued in my particular district, and I'm sure everybody experiences this as well. But I've actually seen a 3-ton go so far down this residential street and dangerously have to back up because they can't go any further. And, you know, my heart goes out to the snowplow drivers that get stuck in this position. But I'm just wondering, how easy is it for the snowplow driver to contact the supervisor and tell them about these cars? Like, does it take away time from the snowplow driver? Are they in a situation where, you know, they want to contact somebody about issuing tickets, but maybe they don't have time? And I'm just wondering if I could get your feedback on that and how they're dealing with the situation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask probably Victoria maybe to back me up, or she may look to Bev as well. But as far as how easy it is, I'll leave that to it's fairly easy to make the call. What's not easy is the demand versus supply. So unfortunately, we have a lot of violations, and that does hamper our drivers. There's no two doubts about it, and that's why the bans are on. That's why it's critical that folks adhere to the bans so that everyone can benefit from a clear street. Because a lot of the times when we cannot be effective in the streets, it's usually because of parked cars. If we don't meet service standard or we can't do a good job, you can usually look to parked cars as being part of the reason. That said, I'm just going to quickly, maybe Victoria might want to chime in about just a little more so you can understand how it works between our staff, the snow clearing staff and the parking staff to help alleviate the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Councillor, through the chair to you. So we have a direct line of contact between the supervisors and our enforcement contracting group. So they, in the instance that you described, Councillor, offline, if you would like to send me the streets that are of concern or where you've witnessed this behavior repeatedly, we can ensure that it's on a priority list, and we'll cross-reference that with Bev's group and Stephen York in winter operations. Often that happens, as Brad indicated. Unfortunately, we just can't be everywhere all the time. So in the scenario you described, it may well have been that the supervisor called in that street, and by the time we got there, perhaps the vehicle had moved, and then the truck is able to come back. But I can say that the trucks do come back. So once we get it cleared, we again follow back up with road operations and ensure that they know that the vehicle has been cleared so that they can go back and do a second pass.
The street that I couple of streets that I was concerned about, the cars were deep, parking on both sides. So it wasn't just a couple of cars, it was like 4, 5, and 6. And like I said, I felt bad for the snowplow driver having to back down the street because they couldn't get through. So yes, I will, if I see it again, I will contact Mr. York. Thank you.
Sure. And Councillor, again, just in those instances, if it's helpful, we can also go with our colleagues in traffic and look at the signage on the streets and maybe look at some pre-preventative signage to avoid having the residents park on both sides in the first place. So happy to do that as well.
Okay, so my first point of contact should be Mr. York or your office?
You can contact me, Councillor, and we'll be sure to connect with road operations and traffic as needed.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard. We are starting down the list for the third time. So next up is Councillor Mancini. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, Tim brought up the questions I was going to bring up with regard to the speed cushions, and so that's fantastic. You know, I think this is really good that you're trying different devices. My complaint in the past has been we weren't trying anything. Thus, the reason why the community-led crosswalk flag program was popular with our residents, because they weren't seeing the action. It was taking so long. So whether the speed cushions work or not, yet to be determined. The fact you're trying it, that's fantastic. And I thank you, Councillor Outlet, for asking the questions about the emergency vehicles and transit being able to expand the streets. So I want to go back to my first question I asked on Wednesday, going back to the Traffic Safety Act, and we had a conversation about the fear that it's going to take another 2 or 3 years before we're going to see any speed radar cameras or red light cameras. You alluded to a pilot legislation. Could you speak to that again? What does that actually mean? I'm hoping it means that we may have an opportunity to try these cameras sooner than 2 or 3 years from now. But if you could explain that, that'd be great. Brad, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and with great care, I want to tackle this answer. So the quick answer is the pilot legislation is there to recognize that the Traffic Safety Act and more concrete legislation takes time to develop, and the regulations that go along with it, and that there may be opportunities to get stuff in faster, or quite frankly, to give it a try.
Right.
The best example I have of this is we still have fingers crossed that we may see our e-mobility or e-scooter legislation come forward in pilot mode in the spring, I believe. So that may be one example, like a concrete example I can give, where we've been working with the province, trying to come up with kind of the rules and regs that would apply for our e-mobility, ever-growing desire for citizens to experience e-mobility in the street, and the challenges with our police force and ourselves to regulate it. So there's an example of using that legislation, because I believe that's how it'll come forward in the spring. So just using that analogy, going now to the photo enforcement, same type thing. And that's why I've recommended not moving forward, because I don't know what our discussions will unveil. I'm saying, hey, council, let's hold off on making concrete investments right now, firm investments of standing up a project office around speed enforcement, until I can understand exactly what might be the realm of the possible. I'm very grateful to provincial staff for offering this to us. We don't, and we'll sit down and start to work our way through this, and obviously keep council informed as to what the possibilities may be here. We remain optimistic, as you know. This is a big deal for HRM. This is paramount to helping police enforce some of our most dangerous areas, being our arterials and major collectors. So thank you.
It's interesting, and maybe this is the politics of it all, colleagues. When we were discussing at council the Nova Scotia Art Gallery, and many of us expressed our frustrations with working with the province on certain issues. I mean, even Councillor Out somewhat took me to task, but we have to clarify that I wasn't trying to punish the province. But here we are, the largest municipality in Atlantic Canada, the economic driver for the region, and our hands are tied once again because we know what's best for our municipality, yet our hands are tied. And a possible 2 to 3 year delay on being able to use speed radar cameras or red light cameras is unacceptable, but yet here we are. So I appreciate that, Brad. I know that you're on top of it. Do please keep us informed. Is my time up, Mr. Chair?
You have 45 seconds left.
Very quick question, and then please add me to the next list again. I have more, so if you don't mind, thank you. I do want to talk about curbs and specifically asphalt curbs. So I understand our policy and our procedure is not to replace curbs until we're doing a recap of that street so we can do it all at once. I get that. The challenge is asphalt curbs. We have asphalt curbs that get beat up by the snowplow, and they're not, the asphalt curbs aren't like cement curbs where they can take a more of a beating. When a plow hits an asphalt curb and it hits it the right way, it explodes. And now we have lovely streets where people maintain their homes, and we have these beat up asphalt curbs waiting for that street to be recapitalized, which may be 5, 6, 8, even longer years down the road, depending on the condition of that street. This just doesn't work. So I wonder if you could speak to the asphalt curb. Are we trying to do anything so we can repair those sooner or later?
Well, not unlike, we just finished doing the paving of the roads and brought that report to you in the state of affairs and the investment required. Next up is sidewalks. We'll be doing that. And right after that will be curbs. Simply put, not enough money to go out with a specific concrete curb replacement program on top of all the other demands. That's the simple end of it. So unfortunately, we are patching in those cases. I totally agree. They do not hold up and we have to go back out and repatch. So, however, I will say staff is absolutely gelling on how we might be able to put a curb specific replacement program together. We recognize that, again, as we gain experience with complete street thinking, that is stretching out, if you will, the timeline for that type of work. And so should we have a standalone curb program to kind of bridge the gap, if you will? So we're working on it. We understand the problem. We don't have a solution, this moment for you, but that's where we're, that's where we're at right now. But it's fundamentally a money and priority issue for us.
Hey, look, I'm thrilled to hear that you're working on a curb replacement program. We need that, and in no way would I suggest we add to the budget to give you more money to do it at this point in time in this budget year. It doesn't make sense. But you see the frustration of our residents, right? When that happens, when they take care of the properties and that explodes, and yeah, so you're on top of that. That's great. Thank you for that. Keep us informed. Mr. Chair, add me to the list. I'll come back. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini, for that. Councillor Blackburn, you have not spoken a second time yet, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I just had a quick question about, just to return to the speed cushion conversation. I'm just wondering, the use of speed cushions, does this give us the potential to traffic calm streets that right now don't normally qualify for traffic calming? I'm just thinking specifically about, Millwood Drive is one area that's been a spot where traffic calming has been requested several times in the past, but has never qualified because of the emergency vehicles that travel that route. And I'm just wondering if these speed cushions opens up the program to include more streets that are currently considered for it. Thank you.
I already asked that, Lisa.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
It's okay, just to reconfirm, and I want to be careful because, now we're naming off streets. So let's get the trial done first, and let's make sure everybody's comfortable with this. Absolutely, we're doing this because we're looking to a broader application. I at this point, until we got our trials complete and we understand better what we're dealing with, I'm reluctant to say this is going to open it up to, okay, now all of a sudden minor collectors are in the policy or major collectors. I just can't go there until we've done the work. We absolutely are monitoring other jurisdictions' experience with this. And obviously, our challenge is we have to make sure that vehicles traveling at speed on those streets are safe, right? That we don't have the unintended consequences of creating more collisions with more problems. So but hey, we're in it to try and expand the inventory of solutions we have available. So absolutely, that's the reason we're moving forward with the trial.
Gotcha. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I heard the part about the winter maintenance, but didn't catch the opening it up to other streets. But thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to Councillor Cleary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I was in transit with my dog, I didn't get a chance to show off. I'm repping the Finsbury Market, a great local business in District 9 on Shabukdo Road there today. Great cheeses, folks. Go in and try them. So I hate to correct or clarify for Brad, but when the question was asked about from Councillor Purdy, have we looked at or studied sidewalk snow clearing to get rid of it? And yes and no. So if you actually go back when I first got elected in 2016, sidewalk snow clearing had only been in for about a year or so in the Peninsular and parts of District 9 where it had just come in, and Councillor Mason and I brought a vote to get rid of it in that area, or at least have some engagement with the public to see if they wanted to get rid of it. And that was voted down. In 2017, I brought a petition forward. Saragway Place wanted to get rid of it because every person who lives on that street agreed to maintain it. Staff brought back a report on the pros and cons of getting rid of sidewalk snow clearing, and that was voted down. I've had several motions, one in 2017 to bring the service in-house, and what are the legal issues with keeping it or getting rid of it. So that 2017 report is available. And 2 times tried to improve the standards, and that didn't go well. I'm also going to disagree with Brad in the sense that, at least in the peninsular part that I'm familiar with here of District 9, and certainly some parts on the mainland of District 9, sidewalk snow clearing is no better now than it was when residents did it themselves. And we've had the discussion around improper equipment, and we finally got rid of well, I shouldn't say we got rid of. I still see bobcats going around the skid steers, which are inappropriate for most of the sidewalks we have around here, but they do have better equipment, admittedly, in some of these places. But because they're not coming back for a day or two after a snowstorm, and then by that time it's thawed, it's melted, it's ice, it's impossible to deal with. That storm we had over a week ago on Saturday, only just yesterday with the rain and the thaw that we've had, are the sidewalks here clear again. That's over a week after. So, and I remember after I got elected, I think I said on, I think it was Rick Howe's show, we might as well take all the millions of dollars we spend every year on sidewalk snow clearing, stick it in a wheelbarrow, bring it down to Grand Parade and just light it up. Maybe on Guy Fawkes night or something in November. That would be great. But we don't get a whole lot of value from it. And so I am going to put an under. Now, it's not on this year's list. You'd have to go back to 2019. So I want to put an under on the list and get a briefing note on removing sidewalk snow clearing in P3 residential areas.
Okay, does the clerk have a copy of that motion?
I'm hoping they can just use the template we've been using. Stick in sidewalk, eliminate residential sidewalk snow clearing P3 areas to all of the wording that we normally do. So I guess mostly what I'm looking for is a seconder to add that
on the peninsula or everywhere.
Just in your district, Tim.
That wouldn't surprise me. But where, just in yours, I might live with.
That would be part of the discussion.
What does P3 residential mean? Where?
Priority 3.
Priority 3, right.
Those are residential sidewalks.
Can we see that in the chat, please?
And I'll second it to get it on the floor.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I warned you, Trish.
Ian, are you?
Thanks, Tim.
We are working on it. Yeah, we'll
that's
just need
awesome.
a couple seconds.
Thank you. Yep. I would remind folks that this motion is not on the floor yet because we don't have a seconder.
No, we did.
So details.
I second it. Second.
You did
by
second it,
Lisa.
Councillor?
Yep, to get it on the floor.
Wonderful. Okay. Let's wait for the motion before we actually start discussing them. If you would like to speak to this in anticipation of that, please let me know in the chat.
Chair Russell, I have posted a motion in the chat. I will note that it can be edited and amended as required to ensure it's clear, and I would just check with our finance colleagues to ensure that it meets the requirements of the motion and the councillor.
So that the budget committee include an undetermined reduction for costs associated with the elimination of sidewalks, snow clearing, and P3 residential areas within the proposed 22-23 transportation and public works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating under budget option for consideration. Yep, I think that works for me. I'll wait for the finance staff to confirm.
I would also like to confirm that we're going to get a briefing note on this. It is not simply the addition of it.
Thanks, Chair Russell. Just I missed the question there from Councillor Cleary. If you just wouldn't mind repeating that, apologize.
It wasn't from me necessarily. It was just, I think Ian, the clerk, said he wanted to get your opinion on whether that motion was workable for you guys. And then the chair said we need to include the wording to get a briefing note. Oh, second motion just popped up there.
Yeah, I think we can work with that with the business unit and collaborate on the costing for that. That should be fine.
Thank you very much. We have the motion in the chat. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Well, just very briefly, so it'll be easy for staff. They can just dust off the 2019 budget documents where they proposed it as an under there. Back then, it was looking at a proposed savings of $1 million if we just eliminated the residential areas. And I suspect that number would be a lot higher today in savings, only because the amounts we're paying for the contracts have gone up substantially the last two rounds of tenders. So I would expect to see at least $1 million in savings, if not a lot more. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking forward to my colleagues' discussion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I forget the diplomatic language Councillor Cleary used about corrections, but now I'll use it for Councillor Cleary. You know, we didn't. His efforts have not been all unsuccessful. As I recall, last year we actually did increase the standards for bus stops. So we had of the two budget options. One was to move from 36 hours to 24, basically making no more P3s, everything is P1 or P2. That failed narrowly, but the bus stop one went through. So, I mean, it hasn't all been unsuccessful. You know, I can't support eliminating sidewalk clearing in residential areas in my district. That's, to me, is just a complete non-starter. If Councillor Cleary wanted to modify this and, you know, if the peninsula folks, if they collectively don't want this anymore, I mean, I don't see the need to force it on the peninsula. But in Dartmouth, there is zero interest in having residents clearing the sidewalks. It's one of these things that it's actually a piece of Dartmouth pride that they used to say, oh, like, you know, the city clears our sidewalks, going right back to pre-amalgamation days. So there's no interest in my community in giving this to residents, next to none anyway. Yeah, just complete non-starter. So if this were modified and it was Peninsula only, and the Peninsula councillors wanted to do that, you know, I'd support adding that. But this, I just know. And I want to add too that, I mean, to go back to the point that Brad was making, I used to live, you know, when I was a student, I lived at the end of Quinpool Road, and you know, would walk up Quinpool and then cut down Connaught to get to Dow. And I remember doing that in winter, and perfect. And then you'd have a giant mountain of snow because that one house has not cleared their sidewalk. And some of that is some of it's lazy, some of it's, hey, they were away that weekend and it snowed. And some of it is just, you know, other people who just don't have whether it's physical, you know, don't have the capability. So if we're thinking that there was some kind of nirvana where everything was perfect in the days when residents cleared it, I mean, that's not reality. That's not how it was. And that's not how it will be if we give it back to residents. You know, if you're able-bodied, probably residents doing it is probably better because you can scamper over that snowbank. But if you're in any way have any kind of mobility challenges, I mean, I don't think giving it back to residents really does you any favors. I would support this year if Councillor clearly wants. I would support this year trying again with the 36 to 24 hours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Councillor Outfit, go ahead.
Thank you. And it's too bad we weren't in chamber, because I probably would have rushed over to Trish and say, for God's sake, don't do it. Because I know this is what was going to happen. But seriously though, and to Sean's credit, I mean, this is something that he feels very strongly about, and he's brought it forward regularly, and I do respect and appreciate that. And I know, and it might be very helpful for staff, because I can't support this, particularly off Peninsula, because as Sam said in his comments, I mean, a lot of these in Bedford and Dartmouth, etc., were pre-amalgamation. These are services that people have had pre-amalgamation. What changed a number of years ago, and it was during sort of an impulsive time on a budget debate, I believe it was Councillor Mosier brought through the idea to extend it further within the peninsula, because at one time I think it was just main arteries, the downtown core, etc. And staff kind of wasn't in favor of it. They were worried about their ability to do it. So, you know, Sean does have some legitimate concerns. But Brad, if you could just touch on the historical side of this a little bit, because we've been through this time and time again, and frankly, I don't see, particularly off Peninsula, this has to be a non-starter. Let's just not spend any more cycles on this. But it would be helpful, Brad, if you could give the history perhaps, or Jacques or somebody could, on what changed just a few years ago with Councillor Mosier's motion versus historically what we have done.
Certainly, I don't have it at my fingertips, Councillor, and I don't think, you know, as Councillor clearly pointed out, there's been a lot done administratively. It's unfortunate we seem to have different views of what Councillor Purdy's original question was. So I think the best way for me to address that is to come back to you offline with the history of that, or come back to it in the briefing note. I am not, I don't know if there's anybody else on the call that can answer the question specific to Councillor Mosier. I certainly can't.
I don't know if Brad, if Bev or Donnie or somebody might be online, but I do know that this changed only a few years ago in a motion of Councillor Mosier's when it was extended to more areas of the peninsula, more residential areas. If somebody has that information, that'd be great. If not, I'll wait for some more information. Thanks, Brad.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if there is another response coming. I don't think there is. So next on my list is Councillor Mason wants to respond as staff to Councillor Outfit. Go ahead. Only to Councillor Outfit's points.
Sorry, I thought you were saying there's nobody else in the speakers list for the briefing
no.
note.
No. Okay. Thank you.
You might have the answer though, Chair. Don't rule them out.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason and Councillor Outfit for that. Let's go to Councillor Purdy. Go ahead.
I was kind of hoping Wei would have the answer too. He's like the historic person of all council, knowing all the history. So
no, that's Hensby.
We have a few of you actually in this council, the history of all things council related. So I'm nervous about Councillor Cleary's amendment, because the intention of me bringing my question forward was to ask, has there been public consultation? Is this something that could be looked at, not necessarily to force it on our residents this year with all the other things going on, and for all of the folks who do rely on the sidewalk clearing to, potentially, say, oh, sorry, now we're going to take this service away from you too. I was just wondering if there was risk, like what the risks and benefits were, if there were any. So I wrote down the report here that Councillor Cleary mentioned. I will look that up and read it. So that's good information. I don't know if I can support this, because I'm not sure for this budget, this is the right thing to do, especially just hearing from folks who have a little history with this and the public outcry, I guess, of not wanting to remove that city responsibility of clearing the sidewalks. So I just need more information. But I don't know if I can support this, unfortunately, right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. I see, Brad, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think it's very important to bring information to light here now that we've had a chance to analyze the motion. This has significant implications for the snow program. In that, as I said in my brief, we are preparing to move with the final combined street and sidewalk program, combined street and sidewalk tenders, which expand to the new areas under the road transfer and cover the existing areas that are not currently a combined street and sidewalk area. Those contracts obviously are living wage contracts, and because of the time it takes for potential new proponents to come to market and the equipment they need to provide, those contracts need to hit the street. It was our intention to hit the street basically this month, next month. So I'm just flagging that as staff will need to understand how council wants to address this motion whilst I guess simply put, not jeopardizing the future way forward. And I will say these areas in question were already extended in terms of their tenders to the option years, an additional one added just recently by council in order to get us to this point. So I'm just flagging that as a major risk. I don't have an answer for you as exactly how we do both at the same time and have a savings this year. I need to reflect further on that, but just bringing this to light so you understand.
Thank you, Brad. Would it be possible, should this motion pass then, for you to be able to get us that briefing note in advance of the remainder of the briefing notes?
Good question. We'll certainly do our best, Mr. Chair. You know, taking my cue from Councillor Cleary leading into the motion, it's not looking like there's an appetite to see a lot of new information, but rather, if you will, a regurgitation and assembly of old information. So we can certainly do that in a hurry, and as well as add in the implications of a decision to try and stop the program for this year and have savings. We should be able to do that in a couple of weeks with a lot of priority.
Thank you very much, Brad. At this point, I would like to speak to the motion, so I'm going to step out of the chair for a second and ask Councillor Daigle-Gammon to assume the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am not going to be able to support this motion. I've had a look at the sidewalk priorities within Lower Sackville, and the sidewalks that go near schools that are on arterials are priority one. There is one sidewalk, generally speaking, that is priority two. And all of the residential sidewalks that are otherwise listed are priority three. So I would try and work and get those reprioritized as priority two. Of course, some of them would miss. We don't have a whole lot of sidewalks here in Lower Sackville, but what I see from the map that's in front of me is that this would be a net loss for the community. Yes, it would be a savings of some money, but I don't see that would cover what we're losing as far as a level of service that residents would expect and basically demand. So I am not going to be able to support this motion in any way. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that you can now resume the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Kent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Hensby and I are both councillors who had the joy and pleasure of this debate back in the day, and it was rough, and I can't support this again. I think it's a train wreck about to happen, frankly. When I think about this, I reflect on priority three streets. What does that mean to residents? And that means already in a snowstorm, they're the ones calling, wondering why the plow just did the street next to them and passed by their little short street and they have to wait. And excuse me, they can't necessarily walk safely to their to the next street, and it happens over and over and over again. And this is then we have the nuance of the frustration of private roads and such that complicate the snow operations, the 311 database, where the people are still confused. This is a recipe for confusion, frankly, and for a lot of districts. And I really appreciate Councillor Clary's attempts to positively affect the budget in a way that is in keeping with what I've expressed, which is not putting a tax burden on taxpayers right now. But I don't think it can be in this kind of poor service. Frankly, we've been down this road. Residents will struggle. Like it or not, residents on the outside the peninsula still continue to struggle with value for dollar of taxes paid. And this to me is going to be right up there with concerns that we hear around rats and rodents, and I'm talking about the volume of outcry that will come from this. I know it because I've been down that road before, as Councillor Hensby has as well. So I would encourage all of you, Councillor Austin expressed it well as well. Appreciate Councillor Purdy's interest in hearing more about it, because we do get residents who ask for this kind of consideration, but I don't think it's the right choice. And so I'm going to ask that councillors don't support this, not at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the history is that in 2013, Councillor Mosier, definitely Linda wanted snow removal for some time in her area. But the way it used to work, it was done more on an area rate basis for each area rather than on the general rate, because it wasn't covering all of HRM. And the cost of staff were against doing snow removal in the peninsula because there's so many houses that were built in the 1800s that are right up against the sidewalks, and there's so many difficulties. Areas where you potentially need to do hand snow removal will get in there with snow blowers and shovels. And so what Linda brought forward was to do all the peninsula at once, because that way it moved over to the general rate, and it included the commercial rate for downtown and the north end, which made it much more palatable as a one-time increase. And I was against it, and I tried for years, and even as late as when Sean first got elected, I tried to get rid of it. But now we're 8 years later, and I can't think how many homeowners have never had to shovel their sidewalks at this point. And people have gotten older. And certainly there's the equity issue around accessibility and aging in place. So for me, I've kind of come around on it. We have issues with sidewalk snow removal. And I think that if we are honest with ourselves, the issue was enforcement then, as Brad said, and I certainly saw it then, but it's also enforcement now. What I've seen in the last 2 big snowstorms is most of the sidewalks and driveways and roads that are being impacted, not all of them by any stretch, but a significant amount, 12 and 24 and 36 and 48 hours after snowfall ending, are commercial operators pushing snow out into the road and into the sidewalk as they clear their own property. And so if we can't enforce that when we're doing it, how are we going to enforce it when others are doing it would be my question. So speaking for myself, I actually don't support going forward with this. I'm going to vote against it. I will get with Sean and Lindell and others. And I think what we need to do is have a talk with legal and with bylaw about how do we make stronger penalties, and that do we have the ability to be more that it's a presumptive thing, like, do we really need someone to see the snow and be a witness that the snow moved across the road and lines up perfectly with that driveway where it's blocking the street and sidewalk across the road? Or can we just give that property owner $1,000 ticket so that they don't keep doing it, right? So those are the kind of issues I think that can make our sidewalk snow clearing work, and that's where I'm going to focus my efforts. So I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. So to Councillor Austin and Mason's point about equity and being able to clear, the 2019 report that staff brought forward for the under included us keeping, because remember, we have the YMCA Senior Snow Clearing Program, which we fund and we've increased it in 2017, 2018, 2019. It's now $600,000 a year. And so the idea would be we could top that up, and for anyone who's a senior or unable to clear their sidewalk, they could actually have that program do it for them. Clearly I can tell that this isn't going to pass. Every opportunity except for the parking tickets that's come forward to save some money, we've as a council decided not to save money. Maybe what would be great is to have it as an LIC, and then areas that want to opt out could opt out, and then they wouldn't have to pay for it. So that, I'd certainly look at that going forward in the future. What I find interesting is that, council doesn't want to get rid of it, but we also don't want to spend the money to make it better. So we kind of have this place where we're spending $5-6 million a year, and we're not getting good value for it. So anyway, I look forward to the vote, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. There are no further speakers to this motion.
Tim, just quickly comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Arthur.
And I just, again, for clarification, because, Sean does make some good points here, Councillor Cleary. I think what happened, and I would like Brad to comment on this, is that we did have a vote, it was a year ago or 2 years ago, about what it would take to increase and improve sidewalk plowing, which initially we thought was a good idea, and it was several $1 million. But then staff came back and said, really, we're achieving most of the sidewalks now before the hourly threshold. And if the snow was above 30 or 35 centimeters, we wouldn't be able to apply it anyway. Now, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. So, I see media, social media every once in a while, and where people think that council voted not to improve sidewalk plowing, where I believe the staff recommendation that came back to us that said basically you could spend all that money if you want, but it's really not going to move the needle. And Brad, I would appreciate your reconfirmation of that if I've got it right or somewhat right. I think that's useful for our new colleagues.
Yes, and I apologize. I'm scrambling to get the debate notes here a little bit. I will say this: I'm feeling old. I've forgotten more than I've ever learned. But yes, we did have a debate last year. Yes, Councillor Cleary's motion, which I'm sure would be more accurate than mine, but essentially it was to move P3 to P2 standard. It was going to cost $4.5 million to do that. And that was not passed by council. That's that much. As far as your understanding of we were already meeting the standard, you may be crossing that a little bit up with our analysis on the bus stops. What we were in that debate where we were moving from 48 to 24 hours, what we were trying to say is we only had anecdotal evidence that we might already be hitting the 24-hour standard at some points. That was it. We didn't have, a study done or anything like that. So, and as you know, council did move forward with the 48 to 24-hour standard, added $2 million to our budget to do so. And I'll leave it there.
All right, and thank you, Brad. And if I'm wrong, then maybe that $4 million would have moved the needle, but I believe a number of us voted against it because we didn't think for spending $4 million. In fact, I remember some staff saying to some extent we'd almost be wasting money to spend $4 million because it wouldn't move the needle that much. But if that's incorrect, then let's bring this back and have a look at it for next year, because I certainly want sidewalks to be better and safer. But I recall that for $4 million, which is a fair chunk of change, it wasn't really going to move the needle very much.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if there was going to be another response to that or not. Go ahead, Brad.
I think the only thing I'd add, Mr. Chair, is that the difference between P3 and P2 is a 36 hours after storm stop, which is, to be clear, as opposed to 18 hours after storm stop. And the reason why that's very expensive is because we'd have to bring a lot more bodies and equipment in order to achieve that standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, I see no further speakers to the motion. Are we ready for the question on the motion? I see Wei giving a thumbs up for that. So Ian, it's over to you for the question.
Beginning with District 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
No.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion?
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Oudhead.
Voting against, thanks.
Mayor Savage.
I think you were muted, Mike.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. No, I can't.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Big no.
4, Councillor Purdy.
No.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
9, Councillor Smith. 8, against. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting against.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting against the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion almost passed, but it did fail. So we are back on the main motion at this point. The next speaker that I have on my list is Councillor Hensby. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My questions still go back to the road exchange issue coming up in June. My inbox is getting quite full now with a lot of people complaining about stormwater and stuff. So we're still waiting for clarification, confirmation of stormwater debate and rates. But people want to know the status of our inventory in regards to how much data has been collected to date on the road transfer, the status and state of the roads, what expectation of service levels will there be. We had part of this debate yesterday, Wednesday, about the vegetation management. I'm talking about trying to make sure the sight lines are visible going around some of the corners in our neighborhoods, and deal with Halifax Water to scoop out the ditches, but we need to make sure the vegetation doesn't grow too high so there's obscured view. So plus the potholes are popping up everywhere in the areas that we're going to be taking over. So what discussions have we had with the province in regards to the state of good repair? They're going to give it to us as is, where is, and whenever that may be at 1st of June. Or they're going to be doing any work in regards to patching potholes before they give us the injured road list. Hope they put some Band-Aids on it before they give it to us.
Counselor, you're leading the witness. Okay, so it is an as is, where is transfer. That said, certainly our discussions to date and certainly streets that you have brought forward and expressed concern, and I think both you and Councillor Lovelace have brought forward in the light of provincial staff, we have not seen anything yet saying they're not responding as they normally would. Part of the reason for the transfer date of June is to ensure there's a complete season so that we're free of snow season and that any maintenance that the province would have typically done on a, I'll say, a rather emergency basis, that would be done so that when we take it over, we're kind of taking over at an appropriate point. I will say there are a few assets that we have deep concerns about, that we are writing the province to get a resolution as to how to deal with those. There's not a significant number, but there's some that are in poor condition, and we have concerns about the needs to repair them on a more rapid basis. And of course, we are somewhat protected under the charter as the municipalities indemnified through a transfer for 10 years. So we are trying to work through those ones that we feel are, unacceptable. As far as standards go, we're working, as Councillor Lovelace expressed her concerns as well. You will see a ramp up of communications to citizens with a full view of trying to give them ideally pictures. And I mean that, a picture's worth 1,000 words of what the standards they might anticipate so that they don't have unrealistic expectations that all of a sudden, because they have a ditch charge, if you will, that all of a sudden it's going to be scooped up, right? But at the same time, an understanding of what they can expect. So we are working on that, and we'll be working with you and Councillor Lovelace on this communication plan, because we want your sign off and obviously your synergy, because we know you have your own communication pieces that you need to do as well. So hopefully I've answered your question. We're on it.
Okay, and my last question in regards to the staffing complements, we're not taking over any Department of Public Works from the province. We're just manning our own people. So we're hiring our own people to be taking over these areas. I wasn't sure if we're taking any provincial transfers or not, like back in the day when the community services were moved over and stuff. So,
right.
All right. So, so they got no equipment, no personnel, no depots. We just got to start from scratch. I'm just kind of curious. So will our services be coming from either performance-based contractors in those areas, or will we be servicing out of our depot to Turner Drive?
It will be service dependent. We will have contracts for some services like vegetation management. And then, traditionally from our workforce, potholes will be staffed. So, and again, we'll lay all that out for residents so they kind of know who will be in their neighborhood doing what. Yeah, and we'll have that for you prior to receiving, and the citizens will have a better understanding of what to expect. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. And thanks for that clarification, Brad. I and, Councillor Hensby were very concerned about this road transfer and overall lack of information and communication from Transportation Public Works to the communities. We've got roads right now from the last 2 storms along St. Margaret's Bay that literally have, been eroded underneath the roadbed. It is state of repair. I can't even classify it as poor. It's unbelievable. So here's what I'm hoping we can see. I'd like to use the GIS system that we have to communicate to people so they can see exactly where that road transfer is taking place. So as of June 1st, we have an indication as to how, what can people expect. And I just want to give a shout out to the GIS team because they've done a great job over the last year updating the mapping and including more information that I've been looking for. An example of that is the provincially owned traffic control. Those traffic lights that we don't own and that have been, at Scholars Road, great example on Hannah's Plains Road. It seems to be out every single month. It's out, or it's been out for 3 weeks at a time. No information whatsoever from the province as to when it's going to be updated. And of course, they look to their counselor because they think, hey, you guys are in charge of traffic lights. And this is a crosswalk, which I understand people are concerned about. It's at a high school. So again, being able to be accountable to the wider public, they don't care if the infrastructure is owned by the province or the municipality, and nor should they. I think it's important for us to get the information out there that we have. So I'm hoping you can do that. I got a couple of questions for you. In your presentation, you talked about 33,000 plus catch basins. I'm a little confused about that. My understanding is that Halifax Water owns the infrastructure and the responsibility for stormwater. So why does HRM also have these 33,000 plus catch basins that we're responsible for? So I'm just looking for some clarification there. I'm also wondering about how HRM Transportation and Public Works manages pedestrian safety with regards to transit stops. So a great example, we need more transit stops on Hannah's Plains Road. They're far too, there's too much distance between them. And, we've got people walking on Hannah's Plains Road or crossing Hannah's Plains Road, trying to, catch the bus or get home off the bus. And Northwood, great example of a really dangerous area. There's no traffic control there whatsoever in that intersection. And people are needing to cross 3 lanes of traffic to get to a bus stop or to get home safely. So I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about how your department works with the transit business unit to increase pedestrian safety at those bus stops. And also, my understanding is that Public Works, your department has stopped the addition of transit stops on Hannah's Plains Road because you've deemed it to be too unsafe to add a transit stop. So just looking for information of that. And my last question for you is on contractor signage. Whether it's Halifax Water Crew or it's Dexter's or whoever is doing work in the right of way or on the road, all these signs get left. They end up in the ditches. Pylons are ending up in the ditches. They're blocking the culverts. I'm just trying to get an understanding of how, what's the criteria and responsibility for, these contractors to pick their stuff up. At the end of the day, they're littering and they're causing problems, especially in the wintertime, by blocking these culverts. So I'd like to see a little bit more accountability for these contractors, including Halifax Water. Thanks, Brad. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A couple of points here and further to Councillor Hensby's observation. So the other thing I want to reassure you is that in fact, there's an employee spotlight on one of our employees, a municipal planning supervisor who has been running the route specifically with the view of getting them into GIS. His name is Coyote. He's doing a great job. And if you haven't had a chance to see that employee spotlight, let me know and we'll share it with you. Great work going on there. So yes, GIS is a big feature going forward. In terms of 33,000 catch basins, yes, they are owned below surface by Halifax Water. We have a responsibility to keep them clear above surface, obviously as part of our road clearing responsibilities. So that's why we mention it, because they do not do that as a separate service, and why we often and always encourage residents to take efforts, because you can't do all 33,000 at once. We need help, especially in the residential areas. to help clear those catch basins when they're blocked, either post-storm or, well, always post-storm, whether it be winter or summer. In terms of transit stops, we absolutely work with transit. Obviously, they get the request for the stop, and then of course we have to figure out how to make it safe. I do not share your view that we're blocking it. In fact, we are actively considering a spot on Hammonds Plains Road, as you and I discussed, and so we're trying to make it work. It is a delicate balance on a road like Hammonds Plains, where you have a significant traffic volume with none of the accompanying active transportation, safe active transportation. I'm not saying it's easy, which is why it takes time to make sure we do it safe. However, I will say, and we'll be in touch with you about just making sure you're comfortable with what we're going to try there. Yeah, obviously with council's road safety priorities, it's difficult sometimes to just say, oh yeah, let's do it, and experimenting live. But in this particular case, we feel like we can get at least one of those stops that you have requested underway. I apologize for the time it takes. As far as signage goes, look, you have my the community has my complete empathy here. A couple things we're doing. As I said in my presentations, the streets bylaw, we're going to overhaul and see what we can do there. We are moving into, and I've been very clear about this, we are moving into an enforcement phase around this. We are frustrated with it. I will say that there are new construction inspectors being added through our budget. As the capital program grows, they are critical to holding our contractors to account, and quite frankly, to make sure that on completion of the job, the area is appropriately cleaned, which has been an ongoing complaint. In fact, Councillor Stoddard mentioned something just the other day about people tentatively dumping asphalt on a road. That's just not, there's no go there. So yeah, we're trying to step up our game in that regard. What I will say, and I've seen a fair bit of this too, the storms don't help. So we have a lot more winter, if you will, winter type construction. The plows do move a lot of gear out of place, and it's not always easy to get it back in place right away. And then by the time the snow melts, it's where it is. We try to do our best to retrieve that gear and or hold the the contractors accountable. And but yeah, we intend to step up the game there big time. We're frustrated with it. The accessibility community is frustrated with it, and we can and should do better. Period. Thank you.
Good, awesome, thank you. Just on the note of the transit stop, easy fix is to drop that speed on Hammonds Plains Road, 80 kilometers far too fast. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Still looking at that too, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The next person on my list is Councillor Austin. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to ask about some of the unders. I'm just flipping to the presentation here. So could I ask Brad about the tip fees, the commercial compost and the commercial recyclables, and the proposed increases that council could consider there? And I'm just wondering, when's the last time we adjusted those fees? Like, are these, is this an options under budget that is just, well, you could do this, or is this really a suggestion that like these fees have been quite low, and there is potential savings to be made up there, or I should say more revenue to be generated? Just wondering what the character of them is.
Oh, that's a great question, Councillor. Thanks for asking. So on the commercial compost, I'll get Andrew, I'll just warm Andrew up to talk about the last time they were, if he knows, the last time they were increased. It's been a long time, I think. Certainly what I do know is, and the reason why the commercial compost is on there is because we are below the median for Nova Scotia. And so there's room there to expand this. As we've indicated, from $75 to $90, and certainly around commercial recyclables, we're sitting around the average in Nova Scotia. So again, for an urbanized area, there's room to move there, and so that's why they're on the list as potentials for council. Of course, as I've underscored with many of these unders, we are obviously concerned about business recovery overall, but of course we were asked to bring forward anything. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to expand, if he can, on anything I've said here.
Thank you, Brad, through the chair to the councillor. So just maybe I think Brad addressed the proposed increases, which to Brad's point, I think when you look at other fees in the province for commercial tip fees, I think these are reasonable increases, you know, and again, with consideration for our own program. The last time, so these commercial tip fees are reflected in Administrative Order number 16. I'm not 100% sure exactly when the last time we increased the tip fees at the recycling facility and the compost facility, but I can tell you the last time the administrative order was updated was 2016. So it would have been, you know, that was the last touch point at a minimum.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's been several years since those have changed, and it might even be even longer than that. I would like to move these to the adjustment list based on what I've heard. And if it does pass, I would like to get that info as to when they were last increased as part of it, if it gets approved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin, just for clarity, is that moving both items together in one motion?
Unless council wants to consider them individually, I think we could move them as a package.
We can certainly try it once and then see how that goes. Ian, do you have enough to put together a motion on that? We do. Perfect. That motion includes one of the items, and so we are looking to combine the two of them.
Chair Russell, I would, there are two individual actions, so I would suggest that they be happening individually. I don't know if I can combine them both, as there are two individual unders.
Okay.
I can paste them both, I can paste both draft motions into the chat, but I would recommend at the very minimum we should move them and vote on them separately.
Okay, Councillor Austin, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that if it's easier for the clerk. We have moved things as bundles before. You know, just saves a little bit of vote time. But if it's easy, if it makes more work for the clerk, then you know I'm fine with considering them individually. Whatever the will is.
Okay. Please pick the first one that we are going to speak on then, because they are pasted individually.
We'll start with commercial compost since it's first on the list.
So this is the commercial compost fees increase from $75 to $90 with a collective saving of $220,000. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Go ahead.
I've already asked my questions on it. I just the only piece that I want to know when this comes back is when we last increased these. So because if it's been a long time, then I mean I think an increase is fair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew, I'm wondering if you could comment on tip fees. I know when we have, you know, part of the illegal dumping had been, you know, people trying to avoid the tip fees on construction and demolition debris. Is there any danger of, in your opinion, increasing tip fees in either on both these items, recyclables and compost, that it leads to illegal dumping, or are they truly separate from C&D?
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. That's a really good point, councillor. And so what I had looked at, you raised a good point with C&D, is that the commercial tip fee at Otter Lake is $115 per ton. So these proposed increases are significantly below that, which provides incentive to participate in these diversion programs. Additionally, I do believe the tip fees for Halifax C&D are generally north of $100 per ton. So again, these are more cost effective than those tip fees. So it does promote that behavior.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Andrew. Based on that, I'll support the motion.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Othick, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm looking to support this as well, but I had the same sort of concern that Tony just mentioned. And Andrew, I'm just wondering if part of the briefing note on this, could you do a little scan just to see what happened? I mean, we've worked so hard to increase fines and to do videos and campaigns and whatnot, trying to discourage illegal dumping. I'm just worried that there could be a little negative effect on this if suddenly we start raising prices, particularly for the smaller contractors, smaller business, whatnot. So if you could just do a little jurisdictional scan just to make sure that we're not sort of penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to raising taxes, when it comes raising fees when it comes to dumping.
Thank you to the chair, to the councillor. Absolutely, we'll take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, go ahead.
Well, I'll speak to the contrary. I believe that we should try to keep our tipping fees as competitive as possible. I don't think we need to put them up even higher, therefore causing our contractors to go elsewhere. Though there's been a lot of garbage being exported commercially outside our boundaries now. And I think that we should take the responsibility to try to maintain and control that within our own boundaries. I'm concerned, though, as mentioned by Councillor Mancini, will this lead to more illegal dumping? I believe it will. We have enough problems now, people trying to avoid the tipping fees, small contractors, small jobs, small jobbers, whatever the case may be. They're just dumping it on the side of the road in our rural areas. And I think it's time that we need to crack down on illegal dumping, but I think that putting the rates up is going to encourage more of it. So I am not in favor of this motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to Councillor Hensby's point, I think what I heard Mr. Philopoulos say was we're already below what neighboring municipalities are and what fees are for other types of tip fee. So the competition, these fees are already competitive, even at 90 would be competitive. And remember, we're talking about compost. So if a bunch of apple cores are illegally dumped, they're just going to decompose and become soil. So I'm not sure compost, and I don't think it will lead to illegal dumping, but even if it did, it would be good for the soil in wherever it was dumped, not bad, like, you know, drywall or an appliance. So anyway, I can certainly get behind this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cleary, go ahead, or Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be very short. I'm going to support this. I think it's the right move. And I do want to give a shout out for all of our solid waste staff. They do a phenomenal job. And I think this is the right move. We just need to come in line with what else is happening. I disagree with Councillor Cleary's comments about it's just compost. You know, I don't, my understanding is our biggest issue is the construction waste. That's our biggest problem. Compost is not really a concern. I don't think that this is a huge jump. I think that it's just in line with where the market's at right now. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I fully support it.
Thank you very much. I would just like to remind everyone that based on the conversation when these motions hit the floor, that we are talking about the first motion. This is the tip fee increase to the commercial compost from $75 to $90 for a budget difference of $220,000. The list of speakers.
Chair Russell, this is Ian McLean here. I have posted an amended motion in the chat to meet what Councillor Austin was requesting of having them put together. So I wanted to reference that I had put that there as an option as well.
I appreciate that, Ian. We can consider those together. And Councillor Austin, what is your preference on that?
For me, Mr. Chair, to presume your role, but maybe we could just quickly see if there's anyone who's vehemently wants to speak, wants them separate, or what? Because I mean, our debate discussion just now was about compost. So
it was, and that was my concern. And I'm not sure that any quick poll would happen.
Together is fine with me. My comments were about construction anyway.
Okay. Not seeing anything in opposition to that, let's consider those two motions together, as Ian has mentioned and has put in the chat. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't have any further speakers on the first time, so I'm heading down the list for the second time. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, you know, Councillor Hensby and I and many of our colleagues have spoken quite strongly of our concern illegal dumping. And if any district has lots of illegal dumping, unfortunately, it's Councillor Hensby, just because of the geography. So I understand his concern. However, I want to go back to when I asked the question about illegal dumping on Wednesday to Andrew. In our new illegal dumping program, we've had some really good results. I just want to remind folks of that. After if I get this right, incorrect, Andrew, correct me, but after 3 months, 7 tickets are issued. There are 57 complaints, which was way more than we would ever have. Sites have been cleaned up. The campaign is being active. So we have good progress when it comes to our illegal dumping program. We need to maintain that and keep that going and increasing that. And again, I think the issue is really C&D. So just want to remind folks of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andrew. You seem to.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just concur with what Councillor Mancini just stated.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you. It's more than just compost material that's being dumped, but a lot of it is going to be branches and tree shrubs, tree debris and everything else. And I can show you some piles and piles of it in the rural roads, and these become fire hazards. Someone flicks a match out or a cigarette butt out, whatever the case may be, boom, there it goes. I really think that we should try and keep our prices where they are. If we are competitive, let's stay competitive. I don't want to be so-called matching it to the other municipalities if everybody wants to move that way. But I have a feeling right now too much garbage is being dumped because we're avoiding the fees now. Raising the fees is just going to complicate it further.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. I don't see any further speakers on this motion. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Chair Russell, could I just confirm the motion, that the format of the motion and the wording of the motion is what the council was expecting?
The motion that we have been discussing, go ahead, Councillor Austin.
The combined motion is good if that's okay with you and council.
I have seen no objection to that, so let's go with the combined motion. I'm just going to read it out just to make sure, and that is that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $220,000 for costs associated with tip fee increase from $75 to $90 for commercial compost, and B, $95,000 for costs associated with tip fee increase from $30 to $45 for commercial recyclables within the proposed 2022-23 Transportation and Public Works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating under budget option for consideration, and request a briefing note detailing the previous commercial compost tip fees and related effects. I read. Yes, okay. That looks like the motion I read. That's awesome. Thank you, Ian. Go ahead.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle. 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against?
And 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. My count is 14-2. Ian, does that concur with yours? Yes, it does. Okay, thank you. That motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Stoddard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering who is responsible when there's several cuts being made in a road, during construction, say of a new building, area where there's going to be townhouses and homes. Is it the responsibility of HRM or the contractor? I have constant complaints about new construction area that are cut up and, like I said, and there's loose gravel and holes, and so I just wanted to know who's responsible in the end, please.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, sorry, Counselor, you just cut out there a bit on, I'm not exactly sure the activity, but I'm just going to say what I think I heard you say, and then so respond to what I think I heard you said. So I believe you're talking about development properties, and if that is the case, that would be planning and development that would oversee generally the maintenance of the property. Oh, Chair is shaking his head, so I'm going to be quiet and we'll just have you replay what it is you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I was saying is who is responsible when there are several cuts made in the road, potholes and loose tar from the result of construction, say in a new development? Is it HRM or the actual construction? Because residents are constantly complaining about these cuts, and all it said, there's a little sign that says bump, which doesn't correctly identify it. So I'm just wondering who to call, who's responsible, is it contractor or HRM? Please and thank you.
So basically any cuts in the road should be permitted by HRM, and that would be the right-of-way engineers in TPW. So if you see an activity there that you don't think is properly permitted, or might be one of the biggest issues we have is the work starting too early or ending too late, which affects traffic. That also occurs. Yeah, so it'd be the right-of-way engineers, and I can follow up and get you the best. I'll follow up with all of council and get you the best contacts for that particular situation. What I will say though, and repeat, albeit very briefly in my presentation, the streets bylaw is long overdue for review. We want to absolutely, because of the effect street cuts have in the quality of our paving, we want to eliminate that as much as possible and eliminate the cost and quality of life issues that come with unnecessary cuts to the road. So we intend to step up, if you will, all of the measures that would encourage our utility and other construction partners to get into the construction zone with us, do their necessary work at that time, and then we can all put the street back in its proper condition and avoid cuts on newly paved roads, all in the name of development. So we're trying as best we can, and to this end, we've asked for one position dedicated to moving forward our capital plan. We call it a capital integrator, to try and work with our partners to develop a more detailed plan going forward so that we can give them the proper heads up and expect them to be in the construction zone with us at the time and reduce the need for these cuts. And then on the other hand, if and when they need to be done, that we're recouping enough revenue to more than, or at least offset the downstream costs that occur from these street cuts, such as potholes.
Yes, a lot of the residents are talking about their alignment and tires and, pressing or bringing it forward to HRM for replacement or repair. So, it kind of concerns me that because of the construction or the contractor, that, some fines or something may be levied against HRM. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I would also add, of course, if it's a claim situation where somebody's had their vehicle, they can also contact HRM to express their concerns. And again, we'll get that contact to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard and Brad. And we're on the list for the fourth time. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Brad, I want to acknowledge some of the things you mentioned on Wednesday and today that I'm in full support of and pleased that your team is looking at it. The rapid flashing beacon, increasing that makes full sense. Love the raised crosswalk idea. Again, as I mentioned earlier about the speed cushions, love the idea that you're trying things that we hadn't seen that in the past. So that's fantastic. Love the social component part of the tenders, area approach for traffic calming. Councillor Smith alluded to that. You talked about the curb replacement program and the pilot legislations we talked about. So all good stuff. My next question is with regard to the parking and our new pay parking meters. And I wonder if Victoria could speak to the customer feedback. With anything new, we had some learning pains when it came to our pay meters. And aren't you impressed, Victoria? I'm calling it a pay meter, not a parking meter anymore. I am learning. It's slow, but I'm learning. We've had customer feedback and challenges, location, lighting, ease of use, issues from some of our seniors and using those. So I wonder if you can just give us a quick update where we are with those PA meters and adjustments that were made. Is there continuing adjustment going to be made? Personally, I've embraced the app. I think the app is fantastic, but not everybody does. So I just wonder if you can give us a quick overview of that. Is she not there?
I don't see Victoria yet.
Oh, there
we are.
I'm so sorry, Councillor. There was a resident on the phone. I heard app. My apologies. Could you please repeat the question? So sorry.
And I can't even make a smart aleck comment because you were talking to a resident. So I'll, just to repeat it, Victoria was talking about the new pay meters. Now that we've had numerous months behind us and they've been installed, we've had lots of customer feedback and some challenges in using those pay meters, and not being able to see it, not lit well, difficulty of use, many from seniors and such, and you've been adjusting along the way. And personally, the app itself, I've embraced it. I think the app is good, but not everyone is comfortable with using the app. So I'm just wondering where we are with the pay meters and that whole process, where we're going with it, and I appreciate the constant adjustment along the way.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, again for obliging me and repeating the question. So yes, we've made concerted efforts since launch to adjust the pay stations as much as possible to make the user experience as friendly as possible. The system is a complicated system. Council directed staff to have the ability to top up between the pay station and a mobile app, which adds a screen. They wanted the ability to have it that if I'm in zone A but want to register a payment or top up my payment for zone B, that adds a screen. So with all of those steps, that adds a step for the user when they are interacting with the pay station. So to make that as simple as possible, every time we receive feedback from residents, and we thank residents for continuing to call 311 and to bring forward their concerns, we do make adjustments where we're able. So one of the items was around brightness this time last year, and especially with the sun setting earlier, it does make challenges. So in some instances, we physically turned the pay stations themselves so that they're not facing into the sun. We've adjusted the contrast as much as possible so that it's easier for residents to see with visual impairments or with the glare from the light. We have provided stickers on the top of pay stations that provide clarity of the steps that are required to sort of walk residents through the process. We've updated tutorials online. And also I should add that when residents write to us if they've received a ticket and indicate that they've had difficulty registering a payment and that's why they've received a ticket, we've been very gracious with that and lenient with that program. So we will award a review to any of those residents that have indicated that they attempted to pay and failed. And then we have a resource that we send to them to assist them for next time so that they have a better understanding of how to use the pay stations. But it is admittedly, it's a complex system. So there are multiple steps that are required. The previous experience was you went to a meter, you hoped the battery was working, you inserted a coin and you walked away. And with the technology, it adds more steps. So we're here to support residents as much as we can, both through education and through support after the fact. So happy to take any and all feedback about user experience and integrate it as much as we can.
Yeah, thank you for that, Victoria. And maybe on the education piece, looking at enhancing that, as you know, many of my colleagues and myself are very active with newsletters and such. So maybe more of that education could go out. That'd be great. Thank you, Victoria. Mr. Chair, my time?
You are at time.
Okay, add me again, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we've had a lot of discussion Wednesday and today. So I can't recall as an under if the all parking violations except paid parking was moved. I know this is something, and maybe Mr. Anguish can confirm, but this is something where we don't have control over directly. We would have to resend correspondence to the province to ask them, hey, that request we put in before, can you get on that one? Can you confirm that for me?
So sorry, and I apologize. I really wanted to give this item visibility because, of course, council. So no, quite frankly, Councillor Cleary, you don't have to do anything. It was really to maintain that visibility. We have followed up with the province. We've tried to understand exactly what's in the way here to getting approval. And basically, so the request is still live with the province. What they're saying is they need to they're talking about speaking to NSFM to get the rest of the municipalities on board throughout Nova Scotia to consider this. I do not have a time frame for this consideration. And again, I apologize. I put it on this spot in my budget just to give it light that still exists. We just don't have a timeline for resolution. So no, you don't
so
have
we
to.
don't have to move it on to the under list because it's already a live request that we have. It just, if the province gets back to us and says, oh, by the way, we're going to do it, then it can hit our budget.
Correct. That's exactly it.
Okay, perfect. So I won't have to move that one on. So I do have a question regarding, and it wasn't an under that you guys listed. And so obviously more information and research would have to come back if council passes it. But I would like to move as an under the Heads Up Halifax campaign. And the reason is I think it would be great because frankly, I'm not sure there's a discernible impact that the campaign has had. We've tried over the last few years to change it, ask residents to give us their ideas to, say, are there better messages we could use? And I don't know if it's even possible to have research that says when we run these ad campaigns, it has this effect on traffic safety. Probably not. And so I frankly don't see a huge amount of value we get out of it in terms of education and impact on safety on our streets. So I would propose using all the language that our clerk can come up with that we look at as an under to remove Heads Up Halifax from our, and I see our chair just added as a impromptu background. You'll have to leave that up when you're live again on our call there, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure even if anyone will second that, but I think it's important for us to at least discuss it, find out how much we're spending on it, and if that money is worthwhile or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. So this is an under for a briefing note on the potential elimination of the Heads Up Halifax campaign. We have that motion in the chat.
I'll second.
We have Councillor Smith seconding that. That's phenomenal. Thank you very much.
And just very briefly, if I may, Mr. Chair, and
you have 5 new minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not saying I absolutely want to get rid of it, but what I'm saying is I'm not sure there's value in it. And I would like some information on when I see our executive director of Transportation Public Works has got his Heads Up Halifax hat on. I feel like I'm being attacked, Mr. Chair. And so, it would be good, I think, for all of us to see if that comes forward. And frankly, we may not want to do it during budget or at council even, but maybe, if there is some value that we get out of this, but maybe we're not realizing it. At Transportation Standing Committee, someone could move a motion to see if there's a better kind of campaign. But I think the way we have been doing it the last few years, I think we could probably eliminate it and it wouldn't have a great impact on us. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I have been tracking people in the chat, obviously. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, wait a minute.
Brad had his hand up.
Yes, go ahead, Brad.
Sorry, I do not want to interrupt the flow. Just a technical point here, and I don't think it changes anything in the motion. But just so you know, the Heads Up Halifax campaign funding is not in my budget. I will specify though, it is $100,000, and it is in the it is in the HR and communications budget. So I don't think that affects your motion, but I just thought I'd bring that up. Thank you.
My understanding is it would affect the wording of the motion and that it would not affect the Transportation and Public Works budget, but it would affect HR, but everything else related to the motion would be accurate.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and didn't have enough time to grab my abundance of Heads Up Halifax hats. I do have my handy dandy flashing beacon, which you can't see because of my background. But again, I was gonna just make a correction because I frequently talk to the staff around this, and I know it's in communication, so I was gonna make that friendly amendment, and we don't need to now because it's already been raised by Brad to add it to communication. And I feel the same way. I really my usage of the Heads Up Halifax hat of the program is to get hats and go to schools and give them to kids, because it helps with them being visible, and sometimes we get the armbands or reflectors and whatnot, and that's really how I use the program. But in terms of like the holistic, does it actually deal with pedestrian safety? I'm not sure. So I would definitely support getting this on the budget adjustment list to have a discussion to get more information, because I want 100% support it, but also want to make sure that if we're supporting this program, let's do it the right way. So I'd hate to get rid of it, but definitely am more than happy to support reviewing the program moving forward. So support this and look forward to what comes. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mancini, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. I think it's worthwhile having the conversation. And what we haven't done well in many of our campaigns that we do in the municipality is be crystal clear on what are the goals of the campaign. How do we measure success of any campaign that we do? And I think Heads Up Halifax is a very good example. Councillor Smith alluded with his work that he does with the youth, and I think that's really important that we keep a campaign such as this going. Whether this is the right campaign or not, I think that has to be determined. I look at the work that we do, and we do education around recycling, especially with the youth. That's extremely important. So I support the motion. If we have further discussion when it comes back on our PAL list, and as Councillor Cleary suggested, if nothing happens there, I'll be happy to bring it up at the Transportation Committee. But I think we really have to look at once again, what are our goals? How do we measure success? What are the measurements that are worthwhile? We need to continue on with crosswalk safety and go down that path. I'm not in favor of just eliminating it altogether, but maybe enhance it and improve it along with measurements. So I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I appreciate where Councillor Cleary is coming from on this. I've had some concerns about Heads Up Halifax, and it's just kind of been always over there on a side burner for me. When you talk about road safety, it's the 3 E's. Is how it's often discussed: engineering, enforcement, and education. And of those three, I mean, I've literally put them in what I understand to be like if you want to talk most effective, building the streets properly in the first place is, priority one. making sure you have enforcement out there would be two. And then, you know, education has a role too. When I look at Heads Up Halifax, you know, I question, are we actually linking it to where we understand the road issues to be, right? So, I mean, the whole kind of language, shared responsibility, blah, blah, blah. You know, is that really aligned with what the actual data is telling us about road safety, where most of the time when there's a collision involving a pedestrian, particularly at an intersection, it's the driver that's at fault. That's what we know from the data that has been collected. So are we actually aligning it with where the actual challenges are? You know, I'm not convinced that we do. And, you know, the message to me can kind of be a little milquetoasty. I look at like New York City, their Department of Transportation, they have had an excellent series of ads up now. Very punch in the guts, right? Like, you know, you're talking ads in which you have loved ones talking about, you know, my son went out and never came back today because of, you know, X, right? Very visceral, but I can remember the ad 2 years later. I don't think I can remember a single Heads Up Halifax ad. So, you know, you're talking about effectiveness, I think, and I guess where I'm heading is, I'm not sure we're spending the money very effectively right now, but I don't know that we can really fix it in budget. I think this is more of a transportation safety motion to look at changing how we're running this campaign. So I'll support the motion for now, but I'm not really convinced that just pulling the plug on the program is the best idea versus retooling the program so that it's actually more effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering a little bit about proper procedure here, I guess, in that this is a Transportation and Public Works budget discussion, and this is a motion that affects, you know, corporate and customer services, and they may or may not be available to speak to some of the questions that are being asked here. So I guess I'm just curious about whether this should be put in a parking lot and brought forward to corporates and communications, or if it stays here. I do believe that there's lots of questions that need to be answered about how we successfully measure campaigns and what the impact is, and even to the extent of how councillors endorse and support the use of the campaign, as Councillor Smith does. So in terms of just a point of order, is this the legitimate place to bring this forward, or should it go to the corporates and comms when they bring their budget discussion forward?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. From my understanding, and I would look to the clerk's office and legal to correct me if I'm mistaken, this motion is in order. It is simply adding it to the budget adjustment list, and anything that we get back as far as requesting a briefing note would be able to have feedback from corporate and customer services. We also would be able to address it when we're talking with them about their budget. But this is simply putting a loosely defined item on the budget adjustment list that we would then be able to discuss with more. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary, for that. A loosely defined budget adjustment list that we would be able to define and discuss more when we get corporate and customer service back with us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that address your concerns, Councillor Daigle-Gammon?
Thank you. I guess the conversation will now be, you know, move, if this is passed, then the conversation will be moved to the budget adjustment list conversation. So, you know, I'm happy with that. And, you know, I know that we already had comms, but I just wasn't sure if they wanted to be part of this conversation again. So thanks.
Right.
I do know that we already had it. I wondered if they'd come back. Thanks. Thank
you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Councillor Daigle-Gammon's question there. Yeah, it's not corporate and customer services. It's human resources and corporate communications. That's where the budget is, as Brad mentioned, resides for Heads Up Halifax. So if there's a briefing note coming forward, with respect to this through the motion, corporate communications would be the lead on that briefing note, and certainly would collaborate with TPW for any input on that. So again, for clarity on what you want back, I would make sure the motion contains what you need. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I was reading the wrong motion in the chat line. I was reading the wrong department. So thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that clarity, Jerry, and thank you as well, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Yes, that it is good to have that clarified, that it is corporate comms that is taking care of this. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate having this conversation. You know, pedestrian safety, especially in the rural areas, is a significant concern. You know, we don't have the crosswalks, we don't have the sidewalks. Folks are walking on, you know, shoulders of the road that are significantly eroded. You know, the vehicles are going by them at 70, 80, 90 kilometers an hour. So, you know, the opportunity to talk about road safety campaign, I love it. Heads Up Halifax mostly is irrelevant in District 13. You know, we have to have a totally different approach. So I completely support this motion. I think this is you know, and I'm sorry, I don't have my Heads Up Halifax toque on. It's here somewhere. But, you know, I think that having the opportunity to talk a little bit more with TPW and corporate comms about ways that we can address pedestrian safety is important. And I like your approach, Sam, Councillor Austin. I think that's, you know, the consideration of retooling how we take this educational campaign to the next level, which I think is what we need to do. So thanks very much. And I'll be supporting this motion on the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since we're not allowed the safety green or fluorescent yellow pedestrian crossing signs yet, you know, I think we should be giving those a heads up for fluorescent green or yellow toques to our crosswalk guards. They would be great ambassadors for us to promote the program. Everybody sees them while they're out there doing their duties at the crosswalk guard places. And I think that's one way of getting the word out. And, you know, these cold winter days, I'm sure the crosswalk guards would love to have those toques on. But I want to make sure that we are using this heads up campaign most effectively. And I think we should be targeting our crosswalk areas, particularly, you know, those signs of that we see the chairman behind them. Perhaps we should have more of those strategically located in high pedestrian areas, especially I know in my particular area in rural Halifax, I can think of 3 or 4 places on Highway number 7 in Porter's Lake, Musquodoboit Harbor, and other places where we don't have any formalized crosswalks. So I think it'd be great to have these promotional items more effectively used, and I'd like to have more debate on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to prove I'm not a road safety Neanderthal, I have my own Heads Up Halifax hat. But it's important, I think, for us to know, especially during budget, and the mayor has said this on a number of occasions over the years, where we express our values is in what we pay for. And I think it's important for us to know we're getting good value and what we're doing is effective. And so I would like for that information to come back. And if it was called, you know, Stop Killing People Halifax, it might be more effective than Heads Up Halifax. I'm not sure. But, you know, let's look at this and see, you know, if we're getting value from it. And if we're not, and if there's a way to get better value, then let's move in that direction. I'm happy to spend the money if it makes the road safer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I don't see any further speakers in the chat.
Question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. The question has been called. Ian, it is over to you.
Beginning with District 15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby. 3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
For.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morris.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuddle. 12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are back on the main motion. And Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to our options under budget, this is one I didn't vote for last time. I suspect that we'll probably want to keep it, but I want to test council. The extra 6 household special waste depots that we had for 138,000. I would like to move that to the budget list.
Second, Counselor.
Seconded by, I'm sorry, I missed who that was.
Mason.
Mason. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I don't think that it's a bad program, but just in a tight budget year, I think these are more, at least when I look at priorities, I think these are more nice to haves rather than need to haves. And I think this is an opportunity to put something potentially on the budget list. Maybe we don't vote for it in the end. Maybe when we get to that March 23rd, we turn down a bunch of things or decide that decide the rate can be higher, whatever the case might be. But I think this is one that gives us some flexibility to choose some other things or potentially lower the rate, and so it should be on the list for consideration. That's my take anyway, and I'll leave it to colleagues to see what they want to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It is right at 12 o'clock. We have been here for 2.5 hours, and I'm wondering if people would be interested in a break at this point. I see one thumbs up, 2, 3. Okay, let's break at this point and return at 1 p.m.
Chair, can you just tell us who's on the list right now?
Who's on the list at this point is Councillor Hensby and Councillor Mancini.
I think we should try and finish.
You think you want to try and finish this motion?
No. I just want to know who's on the other. I'm quite happy to go either way. I'd like to finish, but who's on the main list? How many more speakers on the main list?
Who's on the main list is going to keep on bouncing around from Councillors Austin, Mancini, and Cleary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I had a single us out there, Chair. That's good.
Okay, so let's break for lunch, and then we will resume at 1 p.m.
I think we might be able to finish in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Second. If Sean's willing to hurry up.
You decide, Mr. Chair. You have the authority. You make the decision, buddy. Yay or nay.
Let's go for lunch.
There you
Let's
go,
see
buddy.
you back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will now be muting your microphones and blanking off videos, and the holding screen will be coming up. We will see you at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning our microphones and cameras. Chair Russell, you may call the meeting back to order.
Great. Thank you very much, Ian. I appreciate that and all of your help today and Wednesday and always. Just to make sure that we have the councillors back, can you please turn on your cameras for a second? I just want to make sure that we have enough people in the meeting. Councillor Mancini was holding up 2 victory signs or counting for 4 people. I'm not sure how to interpret that exactly. It seems like we have enough. Brad, are you with us? And Andrew Philopoulos, are you with us? I see Brad, and there's Andrew. That's awesome. So at this point, the motion on the floor is related to the option under budget for the 6 events for the Household Special Waste Program. The motion has been made and Councillor Usson has spoken to it. So at this point, Councillor Hensby, you are next on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for talking about the household special waste depots, and talked about this earlier the other day. If we're going to have a reduction, hope it's not in the rural areas, because our rural people don't need to travel miles upon miles to bring household hazardous waste into Metro. I think that I need a minimum of 3 depots, one in the Sheet Harbor, Oyster Pond, Musquodoboit, and Porter's Lake are very central for my district. The other parts in the Morristown and Lake Echo and the Preston areas can easily go to Cole Harbor Place in regards to that. So I think it's easier to consolidate the amount of these household waste depots in Metro, but it's not easy to consolidate them in rural Halifax. So I think that, and for instance, in District 1, I think there's going to be a minimum of 2. Middle Musquodoboit and Fall River need to have them. Perhaps other places like Sackville and Micmac Mall and Dartmouth may satisfy, but I know that Councillor Daigle Gammon, she needs a minimum of 2. I need a minimum of 3 just on our geography alone. So she may speak for a third one up in Upper Musquodoboit. I think Upper Musquodoboit can't come to Sheet Harbor when we have them there, but I just want to make sure that these reductions in household special waste depots do not negatively impact the rural Halifax area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have Andrew or Brad respond to that? Go ahead, Brad or Andrew.
Yeah, so I think the best, we've certainly heard Councillor Hensby. If there is a thought to amend the motion to limit its reach, fine. Otherwise, like I say, we understand this to be reducing it to 11 events. And staff come back in our briefing note and indicate based on 11 events where we believe these should be held for maximum impact. So I don't think it's I think it'd be premature to start trying to figure out on the fly which 11 events it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify something, if I may, Brad, and that is Councillor Hensby was talking about depots and you were talking about events. This motion itself speaks to events and not depots.
Yes, correct. This is special events. These are the household hazardous waste special events that are located beyond the depot. As you know, we have a central depot in Halifax, and we do these household special waste events remotely in order to increase the reach of the program throughout the spring, fall, and summer. So, but I totally understand Councillor Hensby's comments, and we'll certainly consider that and we'll bring back the note. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And Councillor Mancini, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering, Andrew, if you could speak to the success of these events, because, and I hear it loud and clear, particularly in the rural areas, and even, you know, in my area, to travel to Bears Lake Depot is a challenge, and there's restrictions when you can drop things off, and lineups can be very long. And so I welcome the events when they happen in Councillor Austin's area, the Micmac Mall, and I perceive that to be successful, the Micmac Mall one. Can you speak to all the events that are in place that were in place last year? Are you able to measure if in fact they were successful? And how do you measure that? And my other concern is, by reducing the numbers, I see the financial savings, but is there an unintended impact of consequence of not having these? And my concern is, back to an earlier conversation, does illegal dumping increase when we have less of these events?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, we had our most successful year in 2021 with the HSW program. We had an all-time high in participation. Our quick metric, councillor, is car counts. And so when you look at the numbers I have are aggregated with both the 44 events or days that our permanent depot is open in Bears Lake, plus the 17 mobile events. We had roughly 18,000 cars participate, which is about the last point of reference would have been 2019. Keeping in mind that in 2020 we did not have mobile events. So comparison in 2019 we had 500 cars.
You're breaking up, Andrew. I didn't hear that.
Oh,
you're breaking up.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good.
Okay. So no, we've seen all-time high in participation this year compared to 2019. We've seen about a 25% increase in participation. And for context, the additional 6 mobile events that were added last year that we've carried in the budget represents about a 10% increase in the overall budget in the program. The one thing I would just mention with those numbers is because of some of the closures in 2020, there was probably a bit of a backlog of HSW material. So that might be reflected in the numbers that we saw in 2021. I think lastly, just the last piece, Councillor, the piece around, access to the program and illegal dumping, I think there's some degree of merit to that. Like, I think that we have to take that into consideration. But that being said, with, the new illegal dumping measures, like that's the sort of thing I hope to get more data on to better evaluate.
Yeah, thank you for that, Andrew. This is a tough one, and I think Councillor Austin, I may not get the exact quote. I think he said it was a nice to-have item versus a must-have. And I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think we need to provide our residents with the opportunity to dispose of these types of waste materials in a very convenient and safe manner if we're talking about protecting our environment. And even though I alluded to the improvement in illegal dumping, it's after only 3 months. And so I'll listen to my colleagues on this one and determine whether or not I add it to the list. I may support adding it to the list, but I'm not sure if I can support it when we get to discussing the overall list. But thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Hinsby, for always taking care of District 1 as well and some of those rural concerns and issues. I appreciate it. And absolutely, I could not support this motion. I do believe that it is the combination of all things that result in us having, a better impact in our environment. And so having the mobile events has been very much appreciated for the constituents of District 1. It's been a blessing, to be honest. It does change illegal dumping. I've been involved in quite a few major cleanups of illegal dumping right now, and a lot of it is that kind of waste. So it would be great. And kudos to the solid waste team, because I think they've done a phenomenal job of the new campaign and making sure that it works. But I do think that this is a necessary option. We're always talking about climate change, and so what we do and what we allow to go into our environment is really important. So the more of these kinds of events, the better. In the long run, this will save us money. So that's where I will reside with it, and couldn't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Kent, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this as well. I will go back to my main argument around source separating and asking our constituents, our residents to be part of the solution, taking tools that are finally available to them potentially, not having to go all the way over to Bears Lake, taking those cars and those vehicles off the road for that. There's just so many things at play here. And I can say that as well, that you know, I guess I'm going to just challenge the notion that maybe it was better received last year because of having to collect and because it wasn't available last year. The rural regions and the areas who are far away from that depot do that every day and every year, and have been. Finally, they have something that they can collect, knowing that something might be coming to their local area, and have an option to get rid of it, because many residents are not making their trips over to Bears Lake without first collecting. And I think we're just taking tools away and undermining the work that, excuse me, the efforts that the municipality is asking our residents to participate in and taking responsibility for. I think this is just a deterioration of that, and I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, for that. We have no further speakers on the list, so are we ready for the question?
Question.
Thank you. The question has been called. So Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage. 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
No.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'm voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 8. 9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting against.
11, Councillor Tuttle. 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
And 15, Chair Russell.
Against the motion. So I
Chair
have
Russell.
one. Go ahead, Ian.
I was just going to say that vote has failed.
Thank you. I have 1 vote for and 14 against. Yes, that vote has failed. So we are back on the main motion, and Councillor Mancini is the next speaker. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, I want to talk about LED lights. You brought it up on Wednesday. You, I think, identified we had $45,287. A significant investment by the municipality to put these LED lights in. At the time, you know, one of the deciding factors for me was the ability to adjust these lights remotely. And my understanding that's not happening. And so could you speak to that? Also, Councillor Oathead did mention on Wednesday about the possibility of these LED lights collecting speed data. Could you speak to that, if that's accurate or not? That'd be great. Thanks.
Sure. I'm going to just warm Roddy up on the lights. I mean, they can be adjusted for sure, and they have been. So
remotely? Sorry.
Have been set. So I'm going to ask Roddy to speak to the remote issue. Thank you. And in terms of the, as far as putting a device on a light to help it collect data, that is indeed possible. And it is something that we are continuing to explore as one of many options to move with I'll call it a bigger data approach. However, there are pros and cons with all of these approaches. So yes, there is a device, there is the opportunity to potentially purchase and or pilot. However, none of these are inexpensive, and so they require careful consideration moving forward. And so, as I said before, as we deal with the challenges of our data collection program and catching up, these are things we are continuing to look at. So I'll turn it over to Roddy for the remote.
And just before you go, Roddy, the remote, so I'm glad you're looking at it. So will we get some sort of an update officially on where we are with that ability, so we can make a decision or help support a decision or counter a decision on the ability to use these lights for data collection? Or is that something that we'll be seeing come to council?
I guess if the council wants a report on it, I'd ask you to do that through TSC. Otherwise, like I said, we're evaluating it. We evaluate lots of things through the course of a year. We don't typically report on the things we don't select, but you do see a report if we do want to recommend moving forward with something. So bottom line is, yes, you would absolutely see it if we move forward. I'll kick it over to Roddy. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Roddy McIntyre, Manager Traffic Services and Road Safety. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Councillor Mancini, yes, we certainly do have the ability to dim the lights remotely. All of our street lights are connected via our wireless mesh network, so we use a central system to be able to monitor and change the levels on the lights. That said, the light levels, we're still required to maintain certain light levels for safety reasons based on the road design. And in many cases in the residential areas, the light levels are already set to either at or very close to the minimum levels to maintain safety. I know some residents don't like the LED lights because it's kind of it's a whiter light than the old HPS, high pressure sodiums. But yes, if there are locations, we have found that the fixture may be at a higher brightness than is maybe needed, and we can certainly adjust remotely.
I'm glad to hear that we can, because and again, that's why we need to verify things. I'd heard through the grapevine that we weren't doing the remote thing. I'm glad to hear that we are. So that's fabulous. And I'll follow up on TSC with regard to report on the speed collection. Time, Mr. Chair?
3:45.
No, time, my time?
You have 1 minute and 15 seconds left. It was 3 minutes and 45 into it.
So if I may, very quickly, pet waste. Brad, you talked about evaluating that new type of technology. Any update on that so far on it being effective? Too early? And if you're looking for an extension of that, I would welcome in the Shuby Park, if it's possible, part of that pilot.
Thanks, Councillor. Too early. We like I say, we're planning to do the evaluation this launch and getting the device to take the waste was a little bit later than we had hoped in terms of getting the initiative launched. In terms of additional locations, I'm just going to kick it over to Andrew if that is either under consideration or a possibility.
Yeah, thanks, Brad, through the chair to the councillor. So the underground receptacle that we've installed out at the Mainland Commons dog park was installed over the summer, and we plan to evaluate it through the spring and the summer, get some public feedback on it. I believe Parks does have a plan. Parks so far their take on it has been very positive because there's health and safety considerations around handling dog waste. This sort of automates it because you no longer have to manually remove it. So I understand that they have plans to implement a similar receptacle, I believe, in the new doggy park proposed in Bears Lake. Outside of that, Burnside, excuse me. Burnside, correct. Outside of that, I would have to follow up with Parks, but happy to do so, Councillor.
Thank you. My time's up. I'll come back one more time, Mr. Chair, if you add me to the list.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've said in the past, the dog waste is organic, so it could be put in the green bin without the plastic bag. But other municipalities in our province have been doing it, and we've been reluctant to do it. So I don't know if these new doggy do stations are going to be in regards to have those pooper scoopers drop in the raw material, or we're going to have the ones with the impacted with plastic bags. So I'm kind of curious how that system is going to work. My question goes back to street lighting, the LED street lights. Tassel's now retired. He saw the light. He got out when the when the time was right for him. But anyway, the problem is I'm still not satisfied about the amount of private lights that are still unresolved. We've had this discussion for the last 3 or 4 years now on the amount of streetlights that are out there and the conversion of the high pressure sodium bulbs to LEDs. There's a number. Their inventory was done. And there's still some lights out there. They're still out there that have not been changed over. And some of them are on municipal properties or public areas that municipality has not accepted yet. I've been asking for that list. I want to review that list because a number of these lights, I've been responsible for the installation of them when we had the area rates back in the day when street lights were done locally. And some of the issues go with private roads and stuff. These taxpayers are paying the same taxes like everybody else, and some of the things they should be able to have is ability to have garbage collection if the road is accessible, street lighting as well. Those are some of the things that have become universal in the area. So I want to see that list of these gray zone lights that have not been determined who owns them, because I'm pretty sure that if the audit was down to the point of are they on someone's light bill or not? I bet a lot of these lights are no one's light bill. So who the hell is paying for them? That's the question I'll be asking. And if they're not being paid for, then why are we wasting the energy? Why are we, these high pressure sodium light bulbs, and there's even some mercury vapor bulbs that are still out there, are environmental hazards. We should be replacing them anyway with LEDs. If you ask me, the government should be putting a program making it mandatory for the Nova Scotia Power to replace all its streetlights with private customers to LED technology and get rid of the high pressure sodium, get rid of the mercury vapor bulbs that are out there. They mandated the municipalities to do it. Now perhaps they should mandate Nova Scotia Power to transform it for all the private lights that are out there. But I still want to know about that list of gray lights that they don't know who owns or who pays for. So where is the status of that report, please?
Yes, Councillor, always appreciate your passion. I love it. I can't wait to send my request into you for my district. Look, as simple as this, I apologize, same answer, and I appreciate your frustration with it. Staff empathizes. Look, we've made some progress. We have had to sign a non-disclosure agreement with NS Power in order to enable the exchange of the data. That has been completed. We're now waiting for the actual data to then analyze and hopefully bring the long overdue outstanding report to council. I apologize, it's the best I can do. We don't have the data, the core data that required to answer your question. We have to rely on Nova Scotia Power, but I can assure you, we've made it a priority. I'll even go as far as saying this was made part of Jacques' meetings that we've been having with Nova Scotia Power, from basically CAO to CEO. It is being treated with urgency, but I can't move any faster than the process is allowing me. So you will get it as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Cleary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the unders list, there's a line for overnight street sweeping enforcement. And so I wonder if I could just get Mr. Anguish to comment on this. It's $60,000. It's not a lot of money, but what I've seen certainly around my district is when the sweepers come by, and the schedule has changed over the last couple of years, I don't see any enforcement happening. So I'm not sure what we're spending the $60,000 on. And I wonder if there's some information on the number of tickets, the number of tows, if that's even happening. So what I notice when I'm woken up by them, if they do come by in the nighttime, although they often come by in the daytime as well, is you'll actually see the pathway where the sweeper has gone around a parked vehicle and no enforcement. There's no ticket on the window. The vehicle's still there. So are we actually enforcing parking when it comes to street sweeping?
So the quick answer is yes. And much like snow events, although this one's a little bit easier to do, demand exceeds supply. I'm going to then put Victoria, see what data she can give you right here, right now. But I will say, just to reiterate some of where some of these come from, this is the increase that council put on last year. So we kind of did a last in, first out, if you will, in picking some of our unders, services that you had ramped up last year. And so we're saying, well, maybe you're not so thrilled with it and you want to remove it. So I'll just give that backdrop to why this is here. And then I'm going to kick it over to Victoria, see if she can put some numbers to your request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Chair, through you to the councillor. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I can tell you that our system only shows me the last 6 weeks, so it wouldn't be reflective of street cleaning quickly, but I can tell you that we do enforce. We have been enforcing, and the numbers have actually been up just based on memory. I can get those numbers for you offline, or if you'd like a formal briefing note, I'm happy to provide that as well. To Brad's point, there are multiple streets that are cleaned during each weeknight, and so we align our services with road operations to ensure that they're where the quote problem streets are, or where the greatest issues are occurring with catch basins and catchments. But I can get you more concrete numbers either offline or more formally if you'd prefer.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to move it as an under because it is a small amount and it is something we're trying to address. But maybe if you could just send some information about over this last year, how many tickets, what impact it's had by adding that extra 60, that would be great.
Happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mancini, you are back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is my last one, folks. I'm happy to hear. I was going to bring up the sweeping and the sanding, but Sam addressed that on Wednesday. So thank you, Councillor Austin, for doing that around Lake Micmac and Banook. My question is, I know your favorite topic, Brad, and your team. Where are we with the community-led crosswalk flag program? And I bring it up because I supported that program in the past because for a couple of reasons. One, it did a really good job of identifying the crosswalk. Very few people actually used the flags, but identified the crosswalk. And the response from your team was the reflective tape, which I think works quite well. But the other main reason why I supported that program in the past was because of a comment I made earlier. We weren't seeing things come out of the department and trying it. Now I listed off a bunch of things earlier that you're trying when it comes to crosswalk safety and pedestrian safety, and I like seeing that. There is a report that was requested on what do we do with this program. I think it's time to have a good conversation around that. I'm still looking. I think Councillor Hensby alluded to the lime green signs that we've been requesting that we see in other parts of the province, but HRM has been very reluctant for a number of reasons not to do that. But I still would like to see that as part of the equation. But bottom line is looking to see where is that report so we can have that more fulsome conversation around this community-led flag program. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Just to correct one thing there, the lime green reluctance. As you may recall, staff, we did write the province and were denied permission to proceed with it.
Okay.
So,
all right, thank you for that.
It's not a matter of HRM, it's the province.
But sorry, on that, Brad, thank you for clarifying that, and that's good. We have seen other municipalities much smaller than us install them.
Absolutely.
And we're following procedure as we always do, and say give us permission. Others have not, and I don't think there's been any ramifications to that. So, maybe a councillor that's say in Sackville all of a sudden spray paints their signs lime green, which would be great to see as a good leadership. But anyhow, I carry on about the flag program. Thank you.
I take your point, Councillor. I hear you loud and clear. Yeah, as far as the crosswalk flag report, just quickly, as you know, Council kind of put that in abeyance. There was and wanted more analysis subject to seeing what more products we had brought forward from a road safety point of view. That then came back to TSC and we were sent back. I haven't got the motion right in front of me, but the motion was a little more detailed from there. That report remains outstanding. I have been very open. My goal is to try to get this done by the end of the fiscal year. And again, I apologize. Just through this, we have really put a focus into moving product to the street and getting our capital program done, which means our advice to council is been slow, and we had to pick priorities, and that's where it is. So I'm doing my best to get that back. And of course, with losing Tasso, with retirement, that hasn't exactly sped me up, but I remain committed to try and getting this done within this fiscal year. Thank you.
And that's fine. And I do again want to acknowledge the effort to get the product to the street. That's been noticed, Brad, and that's what's most important. So thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no other buddy on the list, so I'm happy to call for questions.
Nice try.
Oh, Bedford's in there. Sorry, buddy.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
I won't be long, but I wanted to do two things. One is I wanted to support Tony's comments on the. We definitely have been trying some new things, and one of the reasons why I have supported, and I was out putting out new flags as recently as this week, was because we were trying to draw attention to the crosswalks while we tried to do other things, etc. And in fairness, traffic services has tried some other things. I also want to support Brad's comments because I was with him in the meetings and saw the subsequent letters and whatnot where we did ask for the permission to use the lime green signs. Where I get a little offside, and take this as a little tongue in cheek, but also some sincerity, Brand, is it frustrates me when I go to Oxford, when I go to Digby, when I go to Shelburne and whatnot, and I see these signs and you see them. I've sent pictures to traffic before. They jump out you like a sore thumb down the street where you see these reflective signs saying that this is a crosswalk here, the lime green, as Tony described them as. And to my knowledge, those traffic authorities haven't been carted off to jail. And if they have, we'll put in an over budget here to bail you out. But I'm just wondering, when do we suddenly start saying enough's enough? The regulations say it should be a white background. Clearly, this is not being enforced by the province. Do we do two things? Do you just start doing it and let the chips fall where they may, because that's what's happening throughout the province? Or secondly, while the traffic authority in the province remains the same, we do have a new minister and deputy minister of transportation. Is it worth taking another kick at these signs, or should we set up the fund to bail you out of jail, Brad?
Well, look, it's getting close to retirement, so I might be inclined to take your offer and just start putting them up. So that said, look, to openly rebel against the regulations, I do not recommend that as your traffic authority, and we should go about it the right way. However, I do travel to those same places on a regular basis, and it does frustrate me. For sure, I see what you see. That said, interesting. What we certainly could do, if it's the will of council right now, is I don't think I need a lot of permission. So we could absolutely regenerate that letter, as we have been for a lot of things after the change of government, and resending. So unless there's an objection here, I can certainly undertake that, get it ready for the mayor's signature to send out. And as he always does, I know I'm putting him a bit on the spot, but as he always does, he'll copy council when he sends it. But if that's okay, we absolutely can do that.
Well, I certainly would support that, and I'm sure the TSC would support that. So I don't know if you need a motion or direction. If you do, we could do it at TSC. But if you're willing to do that, and Mr. Mayor is willing to sign it, I would really appreciate that and support it, Brad, and thank you.
I'm not seeing any objections to that letter, so I think that is a great idea. Since I didn't hear a motion, I wasn't speaking to a motion. There are no further speakers on the list. So are we ready for the question on the main? The question has been called on the main motion.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gallon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
'Councillor Mason?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. 8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle. 12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Counselor Outhit.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Thank you very much to all of my colleagues and to all of staff who have been with us for almost 2 full days of this discussion. I very much appreciate all of the motions, all of the information that you have provided to us. The next item on the agenda is the adjournment. So
many thanks, Brad and staff. I move adjournment, Tim.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outhit. We stand adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone. Have a great weekend.